It's been called small ball, but there's nothing small about what the Angels have done to the Giants in 2 games.
Loss is running as Spezio drives one into right center field. That ball's going to go all the way to the wall.
21 runs.
And hits one through the right side for another RBI hit.
32 hits.
Man to bat in this inning, and Kennedy hits it off with Tosic into left field, and Gloss will come to the plate and score.
And most important, 2 wins down and 2 to go for a world championship.
Live from Fox 11 News, this is the World Series countdown to Game 4.
And welcome to World Series Countdown. You're taking a look at Pac Bell Park, where site of Game 4 between the Giants and the Anaheim Angels. And, well, the Giants hoping to make a little noise tonight, but last night it was the Angels' bats that had the first and last words. It's Game 4 of the World Series between these 2 teams and taking place up north again. Who will be making the most noise tonight? The Angels took a big one last night, and Jennifer Gould is wondering if the Angels are going to cut the Giants down to size. Let's go up to Pac Bell and find out what's happening. Jennifer?
Rick, it's interesting that you mentioned the word noise, because we're going to show you the camera right now. If you look very closely into the crowd over here, you're going to see some thunder sticks. And what it is MLB, there's a gentleman right over there who has one, issued Giants fans thunder sticks of all things in black. Of course, the thunder sticks made famous by our Anaheim Angels, those, of course, being in red, and everyone talking about what noise those make. In the meantime, though, it is about 8 degrees cooler than it was last night, but still the crowd is not as bundled up. It doesn't have the chill in the air as it did. Gone are the gloves for now. Gone are the parkas. Gone are the snow caps. Everyone here just waiting in anticipation for Game 4. And as you said, Game 3 yesterday, an amazing game. 16 hits by the Angels in Game 3, and the same thing happened in Game 2. Now, one of the key points of the Angels' strategy, of course, is David Eckstein, who's been getting a lot of attention because as a shortstop, he's only 5'6 and a half. And that's why all his energy, all his enthusiasm has earned him the nickname, the team spark plug.
Coming into this ballpark, we wanted definitely to start out on the right foot, and last night we played really well, but we know we better be ready to play tonight.
16 hits in Game 2, 16 hits in Game 3. Absolutely amazing numbers.
We just try to put pressure on the defense and just try to have good at-bats. Unfortunately, the past 2 games we were able to do that.
And obviously you've been concentrating on line drives more so than long ball.
Yes, especially in this ballpark. The ball does not carry as well than at our park, so we need to make sure that we hit the ball on the line and on the ground, and last night we were able to do that.
And you're not letting up. A lot of pressure was on you last night. You led the rally of at least 5 times.
Having the opportunity to lead off, I'm definitely very fortunate to have that opportunity. And, our guys did a great job of putting pressure on the defense and just keep getting around the order. So had the opportunity last night, and the best thing was we won.
Now, the World Series isn't it. You're going to be playing some more baseball afterwards.
Yes, I've been asked to go play on the Major League Baseball tour in Japan. And I accepted, so as soon as this is over, I'm going to be heading over there.
You're going to be seeing Doms again in that?
I think so. He is scheduled to go, and it's just something. It was an honor to be asked, and I'm very thankful that they're going to let me go.
The team's got to be extremely psyched. It's the World Series. It's supposed to be difficult, and you guys are definitely not playing like it's difficult with the number of hits. It's
very difficult. It's hard, believe me. This club does a really good job of not getting too high, not getting too low, and staying on an even keel and keep on attacking. And so far, right now, we've done a good job, but we still got a lot of baseball left ahead of us.
In about an hour from now, they'll have more baseball ahead of them for Game 4. In the meantime, if you look closely in the stands, in between all the black and the orange, you can see a wee bit of smattering of red. As I said, Game 4 is going to kick off or start in about an hour from now. In the meantime, they've got some great opening ceremonies. Recording artist Natalie Cole is going to be singing the national anthem this evening, followed by a naval flyover. And who is going to toss out the first pitch? But the Iron Man himself, Cal Ripken. Of course, that ball is most likely not juiced. That's it for now at Pac Bell Stadium. I'm Jennifer Gould. I'm going to send it back to you, Rick Garcia, in the studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Jennifer. And, well, as we said, the Angels did a good job keeping that Pac Bell crowd quiet last night. Ed Laskos is outside the stadium as the fans get ready for Game 4. Ed?
Oh, hi, Rick. Street side out here. Temperature game time, 56 degrees. Another chilly one. Let's make the rounds. Roger will give you a look. 2nd Street entrance. Crowd moving in. Giants fans. Trolley's been busy as usual, bringing in the crowd from downtown. Giants fans arrive later. It's interesting. Angel fans get here right at 3 when the gates open. They move in quickly, take over the stadium, watch batting practice. I suppose you can have that feeling when you're just 2 games away from a World Series championship. You talk about the press. Sure, we're making headlines. Look this. Check this out. This is the headline of the day. Angels of no mercy after that slaughter last night, and I suppose when the Angels play like this, they're making this their city by the bay. San Francisco, with its trolley cars and its hills. From the Arch in Chinatown to Ghirardelli Square and Alcatraz, it's the city by the bay. But now, it could be the city of angels.
You see a whole lot of Angel fans. We got off the airplane and the airport was full of them, people with red clothes on.
Seems like the city of angels here.
City of Angels here in San Francisco.
If we win tonight, this will be the city of angels for me.
For me also.
Through the city, it's the stuff headlines are made of.
Well, you know, there's a lot of Angel fans here. We were at Coletto's having dinner last night, and they were in there clackers raising heck, so it's a lot of fun. It's a great atmosphere.
But here in Union Square, the city's great shopping district, Giants fans are not buying into all the excitement.
Down in L.A., there'll be flags on cars, banners everywhere, people really celebrating. But it's almost like a regular day.
And another thing you expect to find in this city, clouds. It's always foggy around here, especially here at Pac Bell. Back in L.A., though, we have the smog.
I'll tell you the difference between smog and fog is 30 degrees.
And back at Pac Bell, the gates open and the tickets are scanned at every turnstile. No fake tickets here as police run down the illegal ticket business, and they're making arrests as the pregame countdown goes on.
All we are is about teamwork and winning the World Series. Game over.
And now you're looking live, Willie Mays Plaza right outside Pac Bell. Crowd moving in and police again keeping a vigilant watch on those counterfeit tickets. They're expecting to make some more arrests tonight. Some of these tickets that you can buy from the scalp are going as high as $3,000 a pop, just a single ticket. Also, there's an interesting trade going around here. They're looking for the media, I'll show you this, the media badges that we all get. These badges here, of course, I don't know what they would do with them since they're individually with our pictures, but they're going for as much as $4,000 a pop. For now, we're live outside Pac Bell. Ed Lascos, Fox 11 News, back to LA.
Thank you, Ed. We appreciate that. You know, as the series stands now, for the Angels, the cup is half full, and for the Giants, half empty, and the glass just starting to crack. Yesterday's Game 3 win has Anaheim 2 wins shy of winning their first World Series title and made San Francisco a little quieter.
So how do the Angels shut up 45,000 plus Giants fans? Like this in the 3rd inning.
Takes off. Erstad rips it. Fair. Runners are going as Gloss hits it. Gloss is running as Spezio drives one into right center field.
And like this in the 4th.
Up the middle, another base hit for Erstad. And hits one through the right side for another RBI hit. 7th man to bat in this inning, and Kennedy hits it off Watasic.
Twice the Angels batted around. A World Series first. Anaheim didn't just leave the Giants sitting on a dock by the bay. The Halos sank San Francisco in McCovey Cove with 10 runs on 16 hits.
The idea is to keep pressing, to keep pouring it on as much as you can. Regardless of what the score, you can't lay back and just, you know, it's like playing prevent defense in football. It's not a good thing to do.
For the 3rd straight game, Barry Bonds put one over the fence. But for the 2nd straight time, the home run proved meaningless.
Yeah, well, Barry's doing his thing, and, you know, he's doing what he's capable of doing. It doesn't surprise us because we've been watching for a long time.
Getting the job done better than Bonds, the Angels bullpen. Brendan Donnelly and Scott Schoenweis relieved Ramon Ortiz, each with 2 scoreless innings to shut down the Giants. Schoenweis with the final out for a 10-4 Angels victory.
With a club as talented as the Giants are, we're fortunate now to be in a position, you know, up 2-1.
Mark, you remember the days when you used to pick up the bat and, well, no,
I didn't have
you probably don't.
I used to pick it up and give it to a real player.
But
no,
the one
why
thing
is yours blue though, my friend?
I don't know. But
That's
it's a prop bat. They don't have tape on the real bats in the big leagues because you can't.
He
You only have the pine tar. But this is the one effect that the weather has on the World Series game now. The players that are hitting the ball, they get that shock feeling if they don't have a good grip on the bat. So it's really more of a benefit to the pitchers than
That's interesting. It is chilly. I mean, it's going to be in the 50s, and you're sitting there in the dugout for a while. I guess the dugouts are
heated now.
Heated, but boy, it's when you're out in the field, that chill begins to set in. It's a damp cold in San Francisco. Readings in the 50s tonight. So I'll segue to
the unofficial World Series meteorologist, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
Mark
unofficially the meteorologist of the. Thank you, Rick, as you said it. All right, we have a couple things happening on the West Coast. For the short term, it'll just be an onshore flow, but the onshore flow will be pretty prominent. I think you'll see a lot in the way of low cloudiness around tomorrow morning. But of more significance, you see this little thing here? Yeah, this could actually produce some clouds, some additional clouds tomorrow, and maybe even something a little more in the way of drizzle. But that's tomorrow. Tonight on Fox, World Series, partly cloudy, an evening sea breeze will bring that chill right into your bones. 50s overnight, 57 at the start of the game, and by the end of the night, 51. So we'll watch the game. That's your story. We'll have your 5-day outlook, a look at the weekend, and a chance at some showers maybe. All of that. We'll see you at 10.
All right, thank you, Mark. And there's still more to come on Fox 11's Countdown to the World Series.
And I'm Susan Hiroshita. If you've been inspired by the Angels hitting, the batting cage is a place to be.
Father, who's receiving a special honor.
The race is on. 0% for 5 years on any 2002 Ford Focus. It's going fast. So catch it while you can.
Many of you feel bad for this lamp. That is because you're crazy. It has no feelings, and the new one is much better.
Today I'm launching my best sourdough jack ever, with juicier meat, thicker, tastier bacon, and my famous golden sourdough bread. Well, time to see what real people think. Hi, I'm Jack.
I'm Wendy.
So this is Wendy's. Where's the drive-thru?
What?
What do you think?
This is very good.
Hot diggity! My best sourdough jack ever gets thumbs up here at Wendy's.
I remember walking away from the car feeling we could have died.
The car actually went end over end, finally stopping on its top.
You feel the car being thrown around, and you just wait for that final moment.
The police officer said to me, "This car saved your life." I said, "I know it did."
Volvo. 75 years of building life.
Well, most people are watching the series at home or at a friend's house, maybe even at work, but some hardcore baseball fans have a better idea. Susan here soon is live at a batting cage in Torrance where some would-be World Series heroes are working on their swings. Susan.
My IFB is giving me a little bit of problems, John, and so is my batting, quite frankly. We are at In the Gap in Torrance. This is a great place to be, not only because if you've been inspired by Angels hitting, you can come here and actually watch the game as well. And I just proved once again, I cannot hit. But let's come out of the cage a little bit. We've got some people here watching the game. You see there, we'll do a little woo, Fox 11 right there. And we've got some people here happy to see that the game is on and that they can also bat if they so choose. We've got David Ritchie over here. And David, as you come to the batting cage, tell me, who is your favorite Angels hitter?
Troy Glass.
Troy Glass. And do you get any tips from him? I mean, when you watch him, do you feel like, okay, perhaps I should change my stance a little bit?
Not see. Hits good.
He hits good, but what about you?
I don't know. I hit good
Look at that
too.
big smile. That's all that's important. So have you been enjoying the series?
Yeah.
What about yesterday's hitting? Wasn't that pretty good?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so when you go into the batting cage, what are you thinking?
To hit the ball hard.
Hit the ball hard. That's one of those, you know, buy the stocks low and sell them high. Okay, and we've got a couple of other people here as well. In the Gap in Torrance is a great place to be, if only because, as I said, you can watch the series and then, well, prove that you're better than I am and actually hit some balls. I don't think I've hit a 1. Meantime, we've got Jane Yamamoto in orange, and we're going to throw it now to her. Jane?
Hey, Susan, we are at Dave & Buster's. This is a place that is synonymous with all sorts of occasions. You can see the fans here. They have a lot to celebrate, and they're already starting to party.
Angel fans energized and excited for tonight's game. And although these games are fun, there's more on the line up north. The odds of Anaheim taking it tonight?
I give it about 8-run lead.
8 run?
Yeah. Grand Slam home run by Eckstein, number 4 for the season I go. 2-1 now, so it's going to be, they're going to win today, so it'll be 3-1, and then they're going to win tomorrow, it's going to be 4-1, and then they're going to win on Saturday at home, and it's over. Does that make sense? We won the last one at Edison Field.
Right, that's what I said.
So it's really climatic.
But that's what I said, isn't it?
So it's clear the fans have already started partying, and while they prepare to watch Game 4, they say the driving force behind the Angels' win last night and the momentum that's fueling them now is this.
I think it's pitching and a lot of bats.
The fans, the camaraderie, the noise, the cheering, all the people showing up.
So the cheering section begin. They are loud, they are ready. They say Game 4, they are ready today, and of course they say the Angels are going to take it. Reporting live, I'm Jane Yamamoto. We're going to send back to you.
What a crowd out there.
Yeah, enthusiasm.
Stay with us as Fox 11's countdown to the World Series continues.
I'm Jeff Michael. You know, it almost feels like Bay Area weather here in West Los Angeles, but what if you're from Northern California? You want to watch the Giants play because you're a Giants fan. Where do you go? Well, you go to the San Francisco Saloon. And taking a look inside, you know, I think I see one Giants fan already. We'll talk to him coming up.
Also tonight, we'll take you inside the announcer's booth and show you what it's like to call a World Series game.
Want to try one of those smile pictures we talked about?
Okay.
Smile.
Greg Kinnear.
I'm Bob Crane.
John Carpenter. Willem Dafoe.
One of my clients is having a party. Could be fun.
Rita Wilson.
How many women are there?
In the new movie critics call absolutely brilliant, Paul Schrader's best directed film yet.
Told them sex is normal.
You can't take your eyes off the screen.
It's good for you. I'm normal.
Autofocus. Rated R. Only in theaters. Now playing.
Turning raw metal into pure gold isn't easy, unless it's Chevy Truck Month with 0% APR, 0 down payment, 0 payments on every new 02 and 03 Chevy SUV in stock until 2003. Plus, right now, get $500 bonus cash. It's a new gold rush. Stake your claim. See your Southern California Chevrolet dealer.
Introducing Minutes Without Limits, only from AT&T Wireless. Finally, you can call all you want.
Yes, tomorrow, be there.
When you want.
I'll see you Friday night.
To where you want, anywhere across the U.S.
Bill, it's me.
Minutes Without Limits. Unlimited anytime minutes, no long distance or roaming charges, all for $99.99 a month.
Okay, who's got my phone?
Minutes Without Limits. That's M-Life. Hurry in or call, and check out the new Nokia phones.
You're watching Fox 11 News World Series Countdown.
Giant fans can watch Game 4 and feel right at home here in Southern California at a place called the San Francisco Saloon. Jeff Michael is live in West LA with more. Hi, Jeff.
Yes, indeed, Christine. We're inside the San Francisco Saloon. First of all, I want to say I'm a Northern Californian. I grew up watching the Giants play, as did my friend Pete Holland here. He's the bartender at the saloon, and Pete and I were talking. And Pete, we were coming up with what the difference is between, well, Northern Californians, Southern Californians, Giants fans, Angels fans.
You know, what I've seen in here, the Giants fans, they're real hardcore. The Angels, you know, people are loving them right now. I didn't see them in the middle of the season, but we got the Giants fans coming out. They're very true to their team, those guys.
What is it about saying, you said if you criticize San Francisco, you get one response, you criticize LA, you get another?
Right, you know, just like I said earlier, they take it a lot more seriously up there. They hate LA, I believe, more than we hate them. But, you know, I guess we'll see in the next couple days here.
All right. Pete Holland, thanks very much. I want to introduce you to somebody else, and I'll admit that it's just starting to fill up here. But this is Daniel Zacapa.
How you doing, Jeff?
Daniel is an actor on Showtime.
Yeah.
Resurrection Boulevard.
Resurrection Boulevard. Just finished our third season.
But you're especially a Giants fan for a reason.
Since I was that little, I've been going to Candlestick Park, watching games at night in the cold. I also played for the Giants Class A ball, 1973 California League.
We'll take your athletic ability and your acting ability, and you can commentate for us throughout the night.
There you go.
We'll talk to Daniel later on in the evening, and we'll talk to you after the after this World Series.
Go Giants!
All right. Back to you.
All right, Jeff, thanks a lot. You know, the World Series is the ultimate goal, not just for the ball players, but for the broadcasters, too. And here at Fox, we've got two of the best in the business, Joe Buck and Tim McCarver. And if you've ever wondered how they do what they do, Anita Vogel has an inside look.
October's Fall Classic is a media circus attracting journalists from around the world, all wanting a part of baseball's biggest series.
74. In the Dominican Republic, they don't like the Yankees to be winning every year. So it's a new thing, two new teams playing important roles in the autumn.
Foreign broadcasters transmit the games to more than 200 countries and reach more than 100 million fans across the globe, making this more than just America's favorite pastime.
You don't have to kick it up for the World Series. You have to step back, just like the players. Very, very important.
This is some game in Anaheim. Thundersticks quite appropriate tonight.
Fox's announcing team of Tim McCarver and Joe Buck have actually backed off the chatter for the series.
You get into this stadium or Pac Bell, and the crowd's going to be going crazy with every pitch. You know, the last thing people at home want to hear is us just hitting them with one word after another. The natural effect of a crazy crowd is better than anything we can say.
Their dugout is a 12 by 20 box filled with lights, equipment, support staff, and plenty of reading material.
You could have 1 million stats, but the most important thing you do, I think, especially in this series, is to introduce the country to these players as people. That slider that keeps sliding from Rodriguez. The best thing about my job is I've got an easy audience. I can throw out knock-knock jokes and they'll start laughing.
I'm very appreciative of Joe Buck. I am.
And vice versa.
In Los Angeles, Anita Vogel, Fox News.
I wouldn't mind that job.
Be a lot of fun,
Not
wouldn't it?
bad.
It's just great baseball.
Yeah. Well, the game's coming up in just a little bit, so stay with us for more of Fox 11's countdown to the World Series.
I'm Jennifer Gould live at Pac Bell Park, and there's a dynasty of sorts going on in the Angels dugout. You're going to meet the brothers Molina coming up in just a little bit.
I'm John Garamendi. As a father, I know health insurance costs too much, and we're not getting the care we need. I'll work to get all Californians good, affordable health care. I don't take insurance company money, and I don't work for them. I work for you.
The power of GMC.
Nothing from nothing beats nothing.
Nothing beats the power of zero down payment. Zero payments till January 2003 and 0% financing on every new GMC.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something.
Get any new GMC with zero down payment. Zero payments till January 2003 and 0% financing. See the pros at your Southern California GMC truck dealers before it all ends October 31st.
Jack O'Connell,
Teacher, state senator, father of a public school student, endorsed by classroom teachers, author of Class Size Reduction, The Pieces Fit. Jack O'Connell for State Superintendent of Public Instruction, the qualified choice.
Game 4 of the World Series nears. Tonight, John Lackey celebrates his 24th birthday by taking the mound for the Angels. Kirk Rueter starts for San Francisco. Hey, but forget about the pitchers. They get all the publicity. Let's talk about some catchers and go back up north to Jennifer Gould with more. Jennifer?
Rick, you're looking right now in the Angels dugout. You'll see Ray Liotta, actor, and actor Andy Garcia. Both of them this evening are going to be hosting the Baseball Memorable Moments section sponsored by MLB. That's going to take place at exactly 5:08. And we're going to try to move the camera right now, if we can, and show you that love him or hate him, right there, third man down pointing. It's kind of difficult to see him, but is Bug Selig, the commissioner of baseball. But also, in the meantime, there's a dynasty going on of sorts here at, for the Angels. Two brothers, the brothers Molina, Benji and Jose. Not only are they both catchers and playing for the same team, but they're also both playing together in the World Series. You guys got to be really excited. You're both brothers. You're playing together in the World Series.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we play for, and we're glad that we're here.
I think it's a dream come true for me. I know for him it is. All you can think of is when you were back, at home, growing up and stuff, and just waking up every morning and know that he's going to be there right by your side when you do bad, when you do good.
It's a dream come true, and I mean, you always expect to play with your brother, but against each other, but not in the same team. And being here, being part of the team in the World Series, that's awesome.
This is a baseball dynasty. It's not just the three brothers Molina. It's also your father's going to be inducted into the Amateur Baseball Hall of Fame in Puerto Rico. That's going to be a huge honor for you right now.
It is. I think it's going to be an honor, but it also is going to make us proud of where we came from. He's a big part of where we're here. He's a huge part. We all know that. He took care of us for a long time, and just to be inducted to the Hall of Fame, it's a great honor for us. We're proud of him. I know we knew he could be there. But we're just proud of him.
And that induction is supposed to take place on Sunday. That's it from now at Pac Bell Park. I'm Jennifer Gould reporting live. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Oh, she's so lucky to get to be there and watch the game.
Yeah, I know.
We'll be watching here on TV. That's it for this World Series countdown. Stay tuned now for Fox Sports coverage of Game 3 of the 2002 World Series.
And, of course, we invite you to join us again for complete World Series coverage tonight on the Fox 11 10 o'clock news. Enjoy the game.
The 03 Toyotas are coming in. The 02 Toyotas are moving out. Right now, your Toyota dealer is making great clearance deals on all remaining 02 Toyotas. Hurry! Now's your chance to get a great clearance deal on the best-selling car in America. That's right. Get a low 2.9% APR on all remaining 02 Camry sedans. Or get a great clearance deal on all remaining 02 Camry Solaris. The 03s are coming in. The 02s are moving out at your Toyota dealer today.
In California, nothing holds us back. Our families get on the road and they go for it. Kind of like Dodge Durango SLT. Available seating for 8, V8 power, and nearly 4 tons of towing capability. And for a deal that's good to go, get 0% long-term financing or a $2,500 cash allowance. Plus, grab Dodge's 770 powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, and Toyota don't match it. Available at only one place, California's Truck Stop, your California Dodge dealer.
Should you ever decide to go off and start your own telecommunications company, how would you run it? Would you make some flashy moves to dazzle Wall Street? Or would you make multi-year, multi-billion-dollar commitments to develop new technologies for Main Street?
These days, too many companies go after short-term profits at the expense of what's best for their customers. If that makes any sense to you,
Please explain it to the nearly 190,000 people of SBC who know only one way to move forward. Long-term vision, long-term results. Infinite purpose, SBC.
No mystery can stop him, not even his own.
You got you too.
Who are they? Who got me? John Doe.
Friday at 9 on Fox 11.
And now a message from Bernie Mac.
I'm not on tonight because of the game. But don't worry, I'll be back next week with all new pictures, descriptions, and accounts of the Bernie Mac Show. To miss it then is strictly prohibited. Meantime, enjoy the game.
This is a presentation of Fox Sports.
The World Series on Fox is presented by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Across the ocean for a heart of gold. I've been in my mind, it's such a fine line that keeps me searching for a heart of gold. And I'm getting old. Keep me searching for a heart of gold. And I'm getting old.
One if by land, two if by sea. These fans revere the power of Barry Bonds. Still, the Giants' backs are to the bay as the amazing Angels continue their October onslaught. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Game 4 of the World Series. As the series shifted north, everyone expected the Angels' bats, like the weather, to go into the deep freeze, but it has been business as usual for this Anaheim club.
Jeannie, this is not only the best hitting team in Major League Baseball, it's the best fastball hitting team in Major League Baseball. They stress situational hitting. If you don't have a good fastball, 95 to 97, do not throw fastballs and hitters counts. This happened last night. Livan Hernandez throwing in the mid-80s. This guy's a good breaking ball guy, a changeup guy. Didn't use it last night. He kept challenging the Angels and they burned him. Go to the fourth inning, it continued with Darren Erstad, Spezio. They're also good first ball fastball hitters. Kennedy. On and on and on. Even Benjamin Molina got to the act, and they opened up this ball game with 8 runs in the third and fourth innings combined. If you don't get your breaking ball over, Kurt Rueter's going to have to do that tonight. He's not going to win this ball game because you've got to do that with the Angels. Look at the numbers, 353. They're going for the all-time record. They're putting up big numbers because they stressed it, situational hitting, back in spring training with Mickey Hatcher and Mike Scioscia.
And they're putting up big numbers because one of the names you mentioned, Darren Erstad, he has a hit in at least every single playoff game the Angels have had this postseason. Their silent leader making a lot of history.
This guy can do it all. He's not only a good hitter, he's a good fielder, he steals bases. This guy's a good fastball hitter, he's a good breaking ball hitter. He was the #1 pick in 1995 in the nation. He can do everything. He was a football player at the University of Nebraska, and he's got that mentality on the field. He also steals bases. Last night, he stole third base off Benito Santiago, and Hernandez had got the Angels in scoring position. They will take advantage. They'll run and hit. They'll do it all. He also won a Gold Glove 2 years ago. And this guy, he can play all positions. Center field, first base if they need him, left field, right field. Right now, he's their best center fielder in the American League.
And he'll be working to give John Lackey the ultimate birthday present tonight, a World Series victory. When we come back, it's the moment everyone has been waiting for. What is the most memorable moment in baseball history? Millions of fans around the world have cast their votes. MasterCard presents Major League Baseball's most memorable moments. But first, who could forget the Angels hunt for a Red October?
Series rewrote every rule of television suspense.
Who are you working for?
This season, 24 will break them all over again.
Get out of Los Angeles now.
24, the season premiere. Presented without commercial interruption by Ford. 9/8 Central, Fox, Tuesday.
Gehrig's farewell speech. Selfless. Robinson's rookie year. Fearless. Fisk's game winner. Timeless. Our pastime. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Devoted fan of Major League Baseball and its most memorable moments.
Wow.
Wow is right. With Dish Network, you'll get America's lowest all-digital priced package. Over 50 channels for just $22.99 a month. Try getting that from cable. Wow. Visit a participating retailer today or call 1-800-333-DISH and ask about our free Dish offer.
How many reasons do you need to get into a 2003 Chrysler Town & Country or Voyager? How about zero? Because now you can get 0% financing for 60 months, which could save you up to $6,800 on Town & Country. Plus, make no monthly payments for 90 days on every Chrysler vehicle, all backed by our 770 Powertrain Limited Warranty. So get to your Chrysler dealer today. There's no reason not to. Now at your Southern California Chrysler dealer.
Okay, everyone freeze. This is Justin, and he's bored stiff. Let's change that. As you were.
Hello?
Hey, man. What you doing?
Watching a Kung Fu marathon?
Cool. Turn it up.
Now get the most minutes to use whenever. Introducing T-Mobile. Get more.
Number 1 in L.A., John Beard, Christine Devine, the Fox 11 10 o'clock news.
Next Wednesday.
Sorry, fatty, other side.
Let him in. Is driving carpool.
The side's broken, look.
Let him in now. Driving Bernie crazy.
Sorry, I told you it's broke.
Shut up! Bernie Mac, all new next Wednesday on Fox. The new season of The Simpsons is going to be funnier than ever.
Well, duh.
First, on Sunday, November 3rd, it's the all-new Halloween special.
You're actually quite gentle when you want to be.
You know, you're not helping.
The following week, Homer goes to the Rolling Stones fantasy camp.
Wow, all access. All access.
Oh.
Plus, don't miss the episode where Marge gets 2 big enhancements.
Sweet mother of butter.
Oh.
Catch new episodes of The Simpsons every Sunday in November on Fox.
The World Series on Fox is presented by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Billy Crystal.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Well, it's great to be at the World Series here in San Francisco. Because for the first time since 1997, I had no place to go. But it's great to be here and a great World Series to introduce these great moments. Every fan is connected to the game by a chain of remarkable events, by certain people, certain moments that as they occur seem destined to live on in our memories. Now, along with Andy Garcia and Ray Liotta, here are the 10 most memorable moments in Major League Baseball history, as voted on by you, the fans.
MasterCard presents Major League Baseball Memorable Moments.
First, he was pitching newspapers in Alvin, Texas. Maybe that's where the lightning bolt of a fastball was born. During those hours before dawn, rolling and tying those newspapers,
heaving them from the window of a '52 Chevy. Early there was speed, but not control. Boy, that's scary. But this was a boy taught the value of work, and he labored to find perfection. The first of his record 7 no-hitters came when he was 26 years old. The last when he was 44.
The entire stadium standing in anticipation of the final strike or the final out. That's it! Number 7 is in the books. The remarkable Ryan has done it again.
Number 10 on the list of the game's most memorable moments, his 7th no-hitter, Nolan Ryan.
Moment number 9 happens in the shadow of Hollywood. This baseball fantasy, the story of the former Michigan State football player who can't stand being sidelined as the World Series begins. But it hurts to even watch him walk. He has not 1 but 2 ruined legs. Yet back in the trainer's room, he's managed to ice the knee so it's frozen solid and claims he's ready. I was there with my father. Bottom of the 9th, 2 outs, baseball's best reliever on the mound.
And look who's coming up. 4-3 A's, 2-out, 9th inning. High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
Memorable moment number 9 for his bottom of the 9th game-winning pinch hit home run in the 1988 World Series. Kirk Gibson.
He was lionized by Hemingway, lyricized by Simon and Garfunkel. Raised in San Francisco. Oh, yeah. He was just a Barry Bonds home run away from here. His father may have fished right off McCovey Cove. Scientists once analyzed baseball's slumps and streaks, and based on the laws of probability, they determined that one of them should never have happened. The one where a man who would become a legend managed to get a hit in 56 consecutive games. At number 8 on the game's list of most memorable moments, number 8, oh, he wouldn't have liked that. Joe DiMaggio's amazing 56-game hitting streak.
Philadelphia, a Saturday night in late September, 1941, and he can't sleep, so he's wandering the city. Tomorrow is the last day of the season, and he's batting .39955. He could sit out the Sunday doubleheader and would be rounded off to 400, but he won't accept that. The next day, in the first game against the Philadelphia A's, he gets 4 hits, including a homer, and putting him at 404. But still, he plays the nightcap.
But all eyes are on this man, Ted Williams, gunning for a 400 season. Williams, a line drive, blue darter. It hits the horn in right field. Ted finishes the doubleheader 6 for 8, batting .406. Not too bad a day.
Memorable moment number 7, the last major leaguer to end the season batting above 400, and the greatest hitter who ever lived, Ted Williams.
It was evident from his first at-bat when he drew a walk and promptly sprinted to first. What he earned seemed mostly the product of his relentless will, the hunger to stretch a single into a double, to dive headfirst without hesitation. The culmination of this singular passion took place fittingly at home on this inevitable day when Charlie Hustle, out of Western Hills High, eclipsed the immortal Cobb.
From Shaw in the left center. There it is. Cobb. That's number 4,192.
Number 6, breaking Ty Cobb's all-time hit record. Ladies and gentlemen, Pete Rose.
The speech. Oh, go ahead, let him hear it. Look at that. He slid into the dugout. The speech almost doesn't happen. It's his turn to come to the microphone, and he can't compose himself. 2 weeks before, he left the Mayo Clinic with a death sentence. Now, as he shakes his head, saying no on this sunny summer afternoon, the crowd of 61,000 at Yankee Stadium is shouting, begging him to speak. As the workers begin to haul off the microphones, suddenly he reconsiders. It is July 4th, 1939, as the man who came to be known as the Iron Horse decides to throw away his speak from his heart.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Lou Gehrig's farewell speech. Memorable moment, number 5.
Where were you on that September night when he stepped to the plate with a chance to break the most glamorous record in all of sport? All summer long we watched, waiting to see who would get there first, an exuberant Dominican or the St. Louis Slugger. Every at-bat became a magical event, and with each swing, the anticipation grew. 37 years after Maris, Mark McGwire took the hearts of a nation with him on his 62nd trip around the bases.
Down the left field line, is it enough? Gone! There it is! 62! You are the new single-season home run king.
Memorable moment number 4, Mark McGwire and his record-breaking 62 home runs in 1998.
That spring in 1947, being on the field wasn't the hard part. It was staying there. 1 week into the season with his wife in the stands hearing every word, the visiting manager shouted abuse so vile, it took every last ounce of fortitude he could muster to suppress his rage. Turn the other cheek, that was the agreement. A month later, it was happening again, this time on the road. That's when his shortstop, Pee Wee Reese, walked over to first and put an arm around his shoulders. White Southerner with his arm around a black man. As baseball was changed, so was the nation. Memorable moment number 3. Brooklyn Dodger Jackie Robinson becomes the first African American to play Major League Baseball.
$1935. He was 15 months old when Babe Ruth hit his final home run, when no child from down the bay in Mobile, Alabama would dare think of playing in the same league as the Babe. But in his Alabama backyard, the kid swung broomsticks at fluttering bottle caps, honing their eyes, developing their wrists. So he came to the big leagues, able to find his pitch at the last second. Finally, 20 seasons of steady, undeniable power brought him to where he respectfully made the Babe move over.
Fastball is a high drive into deep left center field. Buckner goes back to the fence. It is gone. What a marvelous moment for baseball. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. A black man is getting a standing ovation in the Deep South for breaking a record of an all-time baseball idol.
Ladies and gentlemen, the author of memorable moment number 2 for his record-breaking 715th home run, all-time home run king, Hank Aaron!
During the streak, 5,045 trips to the disabled list were made by other players, not by him. He helped turn 1,097 double plays. He made 11,453 plate appearances. The Dow climbed 7,000 points. He had 2 kids, conveniently not on game days. He had played through sprained ankles, twisted knees, a bad back, and he'd long gone gray by the time he approached Gehrig's impossible milestone.
To left. Oh my goodness, he's done it!
That night, he could have taken a lap across America. He is everything that baseball should be, and that's why you voted him this honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the man responsible for the #1 most memorable moment in Major League Baseball history, with 2,131 consecutive games, Number 8, Cal Ripken Jr. Moments that run around the diamond and stretch across time. These are recalled and felt as if they took place yesterday. Moments that tell us about persistence and character, relayed from generation to generation, that tell us why we cared and why we still do. Ladies and gentlemen, Major League Baseball's 10 most memorable moments.
What a celebration. Well, this entire postseason, we've been asking you, what is your most memorable moment? Is your most memorable moment represented on this field tonight? What does your moment mean to you? What memories does it bring back? A lot will be said about this celebration during tonight's game. We'll be back with more.
Gehrig's farewell speech. Selfless. Robinson's rookie year, fearless. Fisk's game winner, timeless. Our pastime, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Devoted fan of Major League Baseball and its most memorable moments.
I am a soldier, an army of one. Even though I am part of the strongest army in the world, I am my own force. With the latest technology, training, and support, who I am has become better than who I was. And I'll be the first to tell you, the might of the U.S. Army doesn't lie in numbers. It lies in soldiers like me. Specialist Mark DeCarli. I am an army of one, and you can see my strength.
Hey, Vanessa, changing my milk for your apple. Okay. Thanks!
Hey, Ving, I'll give you $5 for this old phone.
It's not even worth that much.
Right.
Now at Radio Shack, trade in any wireless phone and get $50 to $100 in mail-in rebates toward a new next-generation wireless phone with color screen.
I waited 30 years to do that.
Vanessa! Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers.
You know, some people get heartburn so often they need a prescription every single day. What about the rest of us? For occasional heartburn, try Pepcid first. You take it only when you need it. Take Pepcid AC when you know heartburn's coming, and stop it before it starts. Or Pepcid Complete after heartburn's already hit. It stops heartburn fast and lasts all day. No prescription required. Pepcid. Just one, and heartburn's done.
They're undercover cops.
I'm cool with it, man. You cool with it? Oh, it's cool with me.
With too much money.
Are you kidding me? With the pool and the view, and you even play piano?
Too many toys.
What if we opened our own nightclub?
I love it.
You love it?
And much too much.
What happened to you?
Imagination.
I tripped over the belt of my robe and hit my head on a coffee table. We get shot at every day. Hey, you got beat up by a bathrobe?
Fast Lane.
Does it make me less of a man?
Back in action 1 week from tonight, 9/8 Central on Fox. Every Sunday, one show redefines family through a brotherhood of violence, vengeance, and evil.
Who wants to make $5?
How?
I need someone to take the fall.
Oh my God! What did you do?
I can't tell you. Yes or no, no questions asked.
Oh my God!
Make it 10.
Done.
Oh my God!
You're a good son. I got him, honey!
Join the family. Malcolm at its new time, 9/8 Central, Sunday, November 3rd on Fox.
The World Series on Fox is presented by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Now for the introduction of tonight's national anthem, let's join public address announcer Rennell Brooks Moon.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for a special World Series flyover by the United States Navy VFA 122 Flying Eagles and VFA 125 Rough Raiders. And at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Grammy Award winner, Verve Music Group recording artist, Ms. Natalie Cole.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, and the rockets red glare.
A wonderful job by Natalie Cole as we prepare for the start of game number 4 here in San Francisco. I'm Joe Buck, Tim McCarver in just a moment. Last night we came on the air talking about how it changed now coming up to San Francisco. More of a National League style baseball would suit the Anaheim Angels. Little did we know how well it would suit the Anaheim Angels as they ended up getting 10 more runs on the scoreboard. Get over here. And winning game number 3. I wasn't scared. Were you scared?
No, I was not. I expected it.
Are the Giants scared of what the Anaheim Angels can do with their bats?
Well, the Anaheim Angels have been rampaging around the bases almost at will over the last 2 games. But Dusty Baker and the Giants feel as though they have a pitcher that can stop that tonight in Kirk, the left-hander. Now, how's he going to do it? He's not going to strike out a lot of batters because the Angels don't strike out, and he doesn't strike out a lot. Kirk can be the most effective when he throws pitches just off the plate. So if he gets the Angel hitters out tonight, they're going to be on his terms and not theirs.
On the other side, John Lackey, he's already made an appearance in this World Series in Game 2. The Angels say, great. He only threw 32 pitches. The Giants say, well, let's see how he comes back after that a few days later and pitches in this Game 4.
He was under the intense pressure of the League Championship Series when he worked 7 scoreless innings against the Twins, so he's already tested.
Well, away we go. It is game number 4 here in San Francisco with the Anaheim Angels up 2-1. The Bay Area zone, Grateful Dead, gets us ready for Game 4.
Sweater for Aunt Em, $80 online. Dog dish for Toto, $20 online. Fabulous shoes, $150 online. Knowing you're safe when you shop online, priceless. With MasterCard Zero Liability, you're protected from unauthorized purchases. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
For when you need it most.
Uh-oh.
Our longest lasting Energizer Max ever.
What was that?
Energizer Max. Do you have the bunny inside?
Critics are raving. I Spy is undoubtedly one of the funniest films of the year.
Making my secret weapon. Sexual healing. Sexual healing.
I Spy. Rated PG-13. In theaters November 1st.
So, you sure?
Oh, I'm sure. A new baby with 2 teenage boys. This should be fun.
So, when he starts college, we'll be
60. No, honey, this isn't a joke.
Introducing the world's first truck with 4-wheel steering. The new GMC Sierra Denali with 325 horsepower and quadra-steer. Beats everybody, forwards and backwards.
The answers we take for granted are the ones he'd give anything to know.
Are you saying that you have amnesia but seem to know everything else?
Now, one man will use his extraordinary gifts
I reverse encrypted their firewall and deconstructed their telnet viral protocol.
to solve the crimes no one else can
The more bizarre a thing looks, the simpler the explanation.
and unlock the greatest mystery of all, who he is. John Doe, an all-new episode at 9/8 Central, Fox Friday.
The World Series on Fox, presented by MasterCard, is brought to you by GMC. We Are Professional Grade, by I Spy, starring Eddie Murphy and Owen Wilson, in theaters November 1st. By Viagra, step up to the plate and ask your doctor if a free sample of Viagra is right for you. And by MasterCard, there are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. The Giants are already on the field, ready to take on these Angels in Game 4 of the 2002 World Series. Here's the lineup for Anaheim. David Eckstein has been troubled at the top of the lineup for the Angels against the Giants. Then it's Erstad who's hitting everything. Salmon, Anderson, Gloss, and Spezio in the middle. Benji Gill gets the start against the left-hander Rueter. Benji Molina batting 8th. John Lackey pitching and batting 9th.
Giants fans are saying, Kirk Rueter, take the sting off of some of those balls that are being hit by the Angels. That's part of our scouting report tonight. Balls off the plate, he's most effective. They look like strikes, but aren't. He's not a hard thrower. He rarely breaks 87 miles per hour.
Eckstein first up for Anaheim, for a team that's hitting .353 in this World Series, .335 overall in the postseason. Attempting to set a record with that team average in October baseball. His pitch 1 is a strike. Broadcast also available tonight in Spanish by utilizing the SAP button on your television. It's Eckstein, Erstad, and Salmon against Rueter. 0-2. Erstad has hit in all 12 games the Angels have been involved in this postseason. He has been the ultimate number 2 hitter. Eckstein trying to set the table for him. Still 0-2.
Eckstein already appears to be closer to the plate than he has the first 3 games. He was hit 27 times with pitches this year, but a good time to crowd him if Rueter so desires.
Another 0-2 delivery. Another foul ball. Expect to see a lot of the Angel hitters up on the plate against the left-hander Rueter tonight. First look at a left-handed starter in this World Series for Anaheim. And the only change to their lineup is Gill batting 7th instead of Kennedy. Inside. Eckstein says it hit him. The home plate umpire, Mike Winters, doesn't agree. And it's ball 1 instead of a man on and nobody out.
If it hit him, it hit the uniform, and that's what Rueter was trying to do, rush him back away from the plate.
To the left side for Aurelio. 2 hops, 1 away. There's no doubt that Eckstein was hit by that pitch. It hit the uniform, and instead of getting a base runner to start the night, the Angels ground out. Eckstein during the year was hit by 27 pitches, leading the major leagues. Last year hit by 21 pitches, establishing a major league rookie record previously held by Frank Robinson, who was hit 20 times in Cincinnati back in 1956. If you hit the uniform, that's considered hit by a pitch. Eckstein was on his way down to first. Mike Winters kept him at the plate, and Eckstein grounded out. Ball 1 now, down and away to Darren Erstad. And Eckstein is hot down in the dugout on a cool night. 2 balls, no strikes on Erstad. 12-game hitting streak for Erstad with Salmon on deck. Right now the 3rd best streak to start a postseason career. Trying to add to it. 2-1.
Joe, you talked about the Angel hitters standing closer to the plate, and they will as right-handed batters. The left-handers will be in their normal stances, but the right-handers crowd the plate to take the outside part of the plate away from Rueter.
Here's a 2-1 with 1 out. To the right side for Kent. 2 up, 2 down. Now Salmon, when we talked to Dusty Baker before tonight's game, and you mentioned the name Kirk Rueter, his face just lights up. And he says he'll fight you now. He's a guy that we don't have to worry about being afraid to take the ball in game 4 with the Giants down 2-1.
Dusty's saying outside he may look calm, but inside he's burning.
With 2 out, nobody on, Salmon grounds to third. It's a fair ball. Long throw, Bell. Safe, as Snow could not hang on to the scoop. Had it for a moment, couldn't keep it.
JT snow cone the scoop. It's going to be an error on David Bell for the low throw. Normally, Snow sucks that ball up, but watch how it kind of trickles out of the web of the glove. He had it there, but not there.
So it's an error with 2 out. That's a 3rd error on David Bell in this postseason. And Garrett Anderson, who's been very good this season against left-handed pitching, will bat with a runner at first, 2 out. Salmon got down the line rather well on that ground ball to the right of David Bell.
He did.
Bothered by a sore hamstring earlier in the postseason. That's low, and it's 2-0.
He did, especially for a guy who's going to undergo a knee operation 3 days after the World Series.
Anderson takes low. It's 3-0 with the red-hot Troy Gloss on deck.
Lefty against lefty. I do not think Anderson will be swinging here. Not with Gloss on deck. Swinging a red-hot bat.
3 balls and a strike. Anderson, a .291 career hitter against left-handed pitching. This year overall, hit .284 against lefties. Looking for a pitch on 3-1. Up the middle, a base hit. Salmon will turn and go to third. It's first and third with 2 out. An error, a base hit, And here's another scoring chance for Anaheim as Troy Glaus walks to the plate.
3-1 pitch, middle of the plate, back through the middle. Jeff Kent was shading Anderson toward the hole at first, an easy base hit, and Salmon easily goes to third base. This is the best we've seen Salmon running in the World Series.
And it's also very typical of the Angels, who go first to third, as well as any team we've seen in the years that we've covered postseason baseball, dating back to '96. Name any team, and predominantly it's been the Yankees and somebody from the National League, but they're as good as we've seen, and that's fouled out of play off to the right, off the bat of Troy Glaus. 6 hits and 13 trips this World Series, and overall hitting .354 in the postseason. A chance to put Anaheim on top in the first inning. Instead, the ground ball to Kent, and the flip to Aurelia, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, an error, 2 left after a half inning in Game 4. Giants down 2-1, coming to bat.
Fresh beer is just like fresh bread. Beer is a food product, and fresh beer will always taste more drinkable. It'll be lighter, it'll be cleaner, and it'll be the very best beer you can buy. No brewer will argue that fresh beer is better beer. If you can get the freshest beer possible, you're going to get the very best beer possible.
When I get older, losing my hair, many years from now, will you still be sending me a Valentine's birthday greetings bottle of wine? If it'd been out till 2:45, would you lock the door? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64?
Old Navy painter's pants are one of a kind.
A better price you'd be hard-pressed to find.
Quality construction, that's our guarantee.
Old Navy painters.
You're the pants for me.
The price
is nice.
He'll wear
this pair.
Wow, they're just $15 to $20 for men and boys.
Old Navy, we are there.
Fox Tuesday.
Mr. President, I'm gonna have to go ahead and deal with this.
One city.
You need to get out of Los Angeles now.
Millions of lives will depend on the courage of one man. The season's most addictive, adrenaline-fueled thriller is set to explode. Kiefer Sutherland, 24, the season premiere, presented without commercial interruption by Ford. 9/8 Central, Fox Tuesday.
John Lackey is turning 24 today. As we speak, he's turning 24. Here's the Giants lineup. Lofton, Aurelia, Kent, Vaughn, Santiago, Snow, and at the back end, Reggie Sanders, David Bell, and Kirk Rueter. Not a huge threat with a bat in his hands. Batting in the number 9 spot. See what's happened the last 4 straight World Series games at home for the Giants. They have not been very kind. And here's Lackey. His numbers in the postseason and overall was 17-6 between AAA and the big leagues.
And a happy Willie Mays number to John Lackey. Natural cut fastball, great extension, consistent slider, occasional curveball, and a very good changeup from Lackey.
Kenny Lofton will start it with ball 1. Lofton, Aurelia, and Kent. If anybody gets on Bonds, who has homered in each of the first 3 games in this World Series. Aurelia went deep last night. That's low, 2-0. Lofton is only 1 for 12 in this World Series.
Get a young pitcher like this, 2-0. His first World Series start, you take 2-0.
Lofton is 92 miles an hour and a strike on the outside corner. 24-year-old from Abilene, Texas deals, and Lofton rips it foul. 2-0 to 2-2. Fifth pitcher in big league history to start a World Series game on his birthday. And his 2-2 to Lofton is chopped slowly to second. Base hit.
Bud Black, the pitching coach of the Angels, told us before the game that Lackey has a difficult time fielding balls back through the box, that he falls off toward the first base side. That ball just out of his reach. Forced to glove hand was Benji Gill. Ball kind of got hung up in the glove, high to Spezio, and Lofton has an infield hit.
Only his second hit of the World Series. He's on, and Aurelia stands in. You talked to Dusty Baker about this situation before the game. We've seen Aurelia in this spot in the postseason drop down a bunt
twice.
But your question was, with the way the Angels are pounding the baseball, would you be likely to play for one run in the first inning, meaning get a bunt down, get Lofton into scoring position, and give up an out with Aurelia?
Dusty said it depends on how our guy is pitching. Their guy, Kirk Rueter, only a half an inning of work.
A bunt in the air, and it's backing out of play for strike one.
I don't think you give up an out this early against a team hitting like the Angels. I think you play for the big inning, and by bunting here, you're playing more or less for one run.
Third base coach Sonny Jackson threw the signs. We'll see if the Giants stay with a bunt. So from 10 sacrifice bunts in the LCS for a record, already 3 in this World Series as we play in Game 4. And Aurelia could not get the first pitch down in fair territory.
Yeah, you don't know really whether he was sacrificing or bunting for a base hit.
No more bunt. Instead of swing and a miss, 0-2. A good breaking ball from Lackey.
That's that slider we were talking about. He's very consistent with that pitch, even though that ball was hittable.
Kent on deck, and then Bonds. Still 0-2. Talked about the 4 straight home losses during World Series play for the Giants. Goes back to Game 7 of '62, Games 3 and 4 of '89, and then last night losing to Anaheim 10-4. The hands of the 29-year-old Ramon Ortiz. No score in the bottom of the first. Runner at first and nobody out. And a little dunker into right field will send Lofton to third. First and third, nobody out.
This has the makings of the innings the Angels have fashioned the last 2 nights. Off the end of the bat, flare to right. That's the way to set up a multi-run inning, first and third, and the Angels have proven it, and now it's the Giants' turn.
Now it's Jeff Kent. Runners at the corners, nobody out. You would think if the Giants are going to end up winning the World Series, they are going to need production out of a man who hits in front of Barry Bonds. And so far, the Giants are getting very little out of Jeff Kent. 1 home run, which came in this World Series, but 2 RBIs the entire postseason. Down the right field line, slicing foul. The count evens 1 ball, 1 strike. Kent, a guy who for 6 straight seasons has driven in at least 100 runs. Hit 37 home runs during the regular season. 3 hits in this World Series. And now set up at a ball and 2 strikes.
Behind the fastball, behind the slider. That seems to have been the problem in past games for Jeff in postseason play. That is a ball that Kent usually hammers. That slider in the middle of the plate.
Blocked by Molina, 2-2. Bonds waiting on deck. 7 home runs during this postseason and 20 walks. Kent has not provided Bonds with many opportunities. The opposition has to pitch to him, and Kent has got something in his eye, so time called. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1st and 3rd, nobody out. 1st inning, no score. Just off the outside corner. It's a full count.
We talked about how important it was for Kirk Rueter to get that pitch, and now Lackey doesn't get that pitch.
One away. Kent checking with the home plate umpire as he came up empty on this slider from John Lackey.
Nasty slider too, and last night same situation, 1st and 3rd, 1 out. They walked Bonds, and they're going to do it again.
Again, because of the lack of production from Jeff Kent, not only making it out but leaving the runners at 1st and 3rd. Here's another chance for the Anaheim Angels to walk Barry Bonds and put it up to Benito Santiago. Three games, 3 home runs so far for Barry Bonds. Game 1, 1st at bat. Jared Washburn, forget about it. Game 2, off Percival. Halfway up the seats in right. And then last night, walking down the first baseline, watching that sail into center. And now walking down to first after yet another walk. 3rd intentional walk. 7th overall handed to Bonds in this World Series. It's up to Santiago for the Giants. Bases loaded, 1 out, no score in the 1st. Ball 1.
Santiago is a double play candidate. He is not a fast runner. If you're Barry Bonds at first base, you have to cheat towards second base so you can take out a middle infielder.
1 ball, 1 strike. Martinez, the last grand slam that came in game 1 of '98 at Yankee Stadium against the Padres.
Off Mark Langston on a 3-2 count.
One ball, 2 strikes. John Lackey, who was the 2000 minor league pitcher of the year in the Angels organization, went 15-9 with 4 complete games. Came to the big league level and went 9-4 down the stretch with an ERA of 3.66. Trying to get out of a first inning jam. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Pretty good formula for getting hitters out. Get ahead with the fastball and get them out with the balls off the plate. That's what he did with Kent. Molina out to talk to Lackey to make sure.
Time called as Benji Gill ties his shoe and Lackey stepped off. To the shortstop Eckstein. A step, a throw, inning over. And the Giants miss a golden opportunity in the first inning. Back-to-back hits by Lofton and Aurelia. First and third, nobody out. The big strikeout of Kent, the walk to Bonds, and the double play to end the first. Game 4, no score.
I am a soldier. An army of one. Even though I am part of the strongest army in the world, I am my own force. With the latest technology, training, and support, who I am has become better than who I was. And I'll be the first to tell you, the might of the U.S. Army doesn't lie in numbers. It lies in soldiers like me. Specialist Mark DeCarli. I am an army of one, and you can see my strength.
I gotta tell you, I've had some great deals come my way, but a big and tasty. For just $1, you did your thing, dog. Not that I'm calling you a dog. I mean, you're more like a big purple... I don't know what you are. What you say about my mama?
Huh? Get a delicious, big and tasty, a McChicken sandwich, and more every day on McDonald's Dollar Menu.
You got a buck, you're in luck. Grimace, bump with me. What?
So how's it coming?
Good. This one looks pretty exotic.
Cool.
Mosquito nets. What was that? Maybe not that exotic.
Great.
Everything you need to choose the hotel that's right for you.
Expedia.com.
Introducing the totally new 2003 Ford Expedition. Now you can achieve maximum inner space within seconds. With exclusive powerful third-row seats.
Whoa.
That fold flat at the touch of a button. The totally new 2003 Ford Expedition. It has no equal. It has no boundaries.
Critics have discovered the truth about Charlie. I've got him. It's stylish, intriguing, and ultra sexy. Wahlberg and Newton are great together. The truth about Charlie. Rated PG-13 at theaters Friday.
All right. I take batting practice. I take infield practice. I take Viagra.
Ask your doctor if Viagra's right for you and visit Viagra.com for more information.
Step up to the plate and make an appointment to see your doctor.
Attention America, the king is back and bigger than ever. He's shaking his high-rise hips when the world's bestest and freakiest talent show returns. 30 Seconds to Fame, all new at 8/7 Central, Thursday, October 31st.
No score as we move to the second inning of game 4. Spezio leads off and takes the ball outside from Kirk Rueter. Spezio, Gill, and Molina. If anybody gets on, John Lackey for the Angels here in the second inning. The Angels had a scoring chance, albeit with 2 out, first and third, 2 out in their half of the first. The Giants had first and third, nobody out, and failed to score. That's out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Giants got the double play ball at the wrong time. If Jeff Kent grounds it to a double play, they score Kenny Lofton from third. But Barry Bonds running hard into second base. When you try to take out a runner, you try to think about where the runner's going to be. But Bonds didn't pick up the 7-10 split.
Here's a 1-2 to Spezio. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That was a fine play by Eckstein. Bonds slid between the legs.
And a rather mild reaction at the end of the first inning by Mike Scioscia, who takes everything about the same way. Ho-hum. David Eckstein made the play. And now it's a full count on Spezio leading off the second. Again out of play. What a difference a year makes for Spezio against left-handed pitching. In this postseason, 6 out of 15 against left-handers. .368 during the regular season. Compared to what he did against right-handed pitching. He had only .241 batting right-handed in 2001 as he chops one up the middle. Aurelia, good play to his left. 1 out.
Fine play by Aurelia because the ball stays down right there. A lot to do, and he does it well.
Aurelia, whose errors at the shortstop position have been dwindling every year as he has really taken pride in what he does with the glove. He's always been known as a big power hitting shortstop. His home runs tapered off this season. Wasn't healthy all year. Hit only 15. But you see his errors, only 11 during the regular season. Our Sprint Virtual Manager question here in the second inning. If Pete Rose apologizes, should he be allowed back into baseball? That's to the right side. Another hit for Gill. Gill is now 6 out of 9 in the postseason. You can vote by using PCS Vision from Sprint or log on to foxsports.com to answer that question as you look at the base hit to right.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about in the opening. If the Angels are to hit Kirk Rueter well, they've got to do that to him. A tailing fastball off the plate away. Nice piece of hitting by Gill.
You and I had the same reaction when Pete Rose was introduced to this crowd before the game. No matter what the setting, whether it's the closing of Synergy Field in Cincinnati, which they had at the end of the year, and they had the all-time Reds greats come back, whether it's in Cincinnati or in some ballpark near you, he always gets the loudest ovation.
You have to wonder whether Commissioner Selig was answering the virtual manager question.
One on, one out. No balls, 1 strike on Benji Molina. That's a little floater into center field for a hit. Holding at second is Gill, and that gives Lackey a chance to try and bunt the runners up to second and third. The introduction. And the answer, 81% voted yes. And that doesn't surprise me at all. And I think the question was asked the correct way. If he apologizes, if he admits to wrongdoing, should he be let back in baseball? Most believe the answer should be yes to that question. Here's Lackey up there to bunt. Throw down to second, and Gill gets back ahead of the tag applied by Aurelia.
Benji Gill, the thing about that is don't cross over. When you cross over and your back's to second, it's tougher to get back. Lackey, a very good hitter in college, but his first professional at bat.
Part of a 1999 Junior College World Championship team at Grayson County College in Denison, Texas. Was 10-3 on the mound and hit .428 with 15 home runs and 81 RBIs. But did not hit as a minor leaguer. And is stepping to the plate for the first time as a professional in the World Series, and he drops the bunt down foul. Strike two. Well, if he's hitting what, 15 home runs, driving in 81, he probably wasn't asked to bunt back in junior college.
That's right. Played first base until a year before he signed. There are not too many first basemen who ultimately become pitchers.
Rueter would love a strikeout and keep the runners at first and second. There's one out in the inning, and Eckstein is on deck. No score in the second. Showing bunt and took a pretty good hack. It's still 1-2.
Pretty adventurous by a guy in his first professional at bat. Squared the bunt and then swung away. Rueter, the guy that you can do that against, because again, he's not a hard thrower. You have time to get the bat back and swing through the ball.
I wonder how many times Ron Renicky reminded Lackey of the sign for that play. The third base coach for the Angels. Here's another 1-2 pitch from Rueter. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Corners of the infield for the Giants aren't sure where to play. Last 2 pitches, Lackey has shown bunt and then pulled back. Took a swipe at it once and took the last pitch. Now at 2-2. Doesn't show the bunt at all and gets one into right field, a base hit. They will hold the runner Gill at third, and the bases are loaded with 1 out as John Lackey gets a base hit in his first professional at bat, and it comes here in the World Series.
John probably thinking, what's the big deal about hitting? You hitters make such a big deal out of it. There's nothing to it. First professional at bat in the World Series? My goodness.
So a birthday present as the baseball heads out of play. And the Angels proving that it doesn't matter who steps to the plate in their lineup. Even if it's a pitcher who's never hit at this level or any other in professional baseball, they get hits.
It's contagious.
They've out hit the Giants 4-2, have the bases loaded, 1 out for Eckstein, who takes ball 1. 3 consecutive singles, Gill, Molina, and Lackey. Eckstein grounded out after being grazed by a pitch. He was kept at the plate and then made an out. Pops it up, shallow left center field. Lofton is the one who makes the catch, and his throw to the plate is too late. 1-0 Anaheim on a sac fly by Eckstein.
Lofton and Bonds are talking about it. Bonds should have been the one to make the play. It's an easier play for Bonds to make the throw. With Lofton cutting in front of Bonds, the throw toward the first base side. Bonds does not have a good arm. Lofton doesn't have a good arm, but it's an easier throw for Barry Bonds, and the Angels are on the board.
So Anaheim takes a second inning lead. Eckstein delivers the RBI. He drove home 63 during the regular season. That's his 5th RBI of this postseason. Now Erstad with 2 on, 2 out takes the ball. .5-0 this postseason of the Angels when they score first, and they've done that now. Erstad went, a ball and a strike. Erstad grounded out to second his first time up.
That's a looking fastball and getting breaking ball swing right there.
Molina now the lead runner at second. Not a lot of speed on the bases for the Angels as Erstad hits it back to Rueter. And the top of the second inning is over. But not before the Angels get on the board first. It included a hit by John Lackey, who gives himself and the Angels a birthday present. Bottom of the second inning in Game 4. 1-0 Anaheim.
For over 8 years, DirecTV has brought America the best in television entertainment. And our customers have shown their appreciation in many unique ways. We simply figured it was an emotion they couldn't put into words. Until now. DirecTV, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction among satellite and cable subscribers by J.D. Power and Associates. Get a 2-room DirecTV system with installation for under $50.
Taco Bell's grilled steak taco tastes so authentic, you may pull a grilled steak switch out.
So you like carne asada steak?
Yeah.
Great. Got some out on the grill.
The grilled steak taco. Tender slices of steak marinated in Mexican spices and grilled to perfection. For a taste that's irresistible. For authentic carne asada steak, think outside the bun.
You've got one. You've probably got more than one. And chances are one of yours is one of ours. Because nobody in credit cards gives you Bank One's range of choices. You could use this one to get cash back. This one to fly. This one to show you care. Fact. Bank One gives you over 1,200 choices. Why do we go to all that trouble? Don't you think somebody should?
That was one of the coolest scenes I'd ever seen in a movie. From that point on, I was hooked. I'm a huge Mustang fan. A lot of people have accused me of having gasoline in my veins because of that. That's the kind of absolute soul that you can't fake. If I could have one car the rest of my life, I'd have a red Mustang convertible with a throaty V8 and a great sound system. To me, life doesn't get any better than that.
The World Series on Fox is brought to you by Ford, no boundaries. By Bank One, inviting you to get the credit card that's right for you. And by Pepsi Blue, the new fusion of berry and cola. It's the mix.
Well done.
Thanks, sir. What a beautiful night again here at Pac Bell Park, and what a ballpark.
They got a hot tub out in that park. A breaking ball is in for a strike, and we are underway in the bottom of the second. Snow, Sanders, Bell. If anybody gets on, Kirk, Rueter. Fastball misses from Lackey, a ball and a strike.
It's a good night for a jacuzzi.
It's a little more pleasant tonight in San Francisco than last night. Not as much wind as these fans and these players and these baseballs experienced last night. Wow. Little Hawaiian feel to McCovey Cove out there tonight.
One paddle, two paddle.
2 balls and a strike on Snow, leading off. To the right side for Spezio. To Lackey for the out. JT Snow retired, and Reggie Sanders will walk in. Well, we've talked so much about the garlic fries. We had a cha-cha bowl delivered to us before tonight's game from a former teammate.
Yes, sir. Orlando Cepeda.
Little rice, some beans, sort of slaw,
chicken,
and some hot sauce that will just drain your sinuses.
The Giants hope to get that hot.
1 out, nobody on. Reggie Sanders trying to get something going for San Francisco. Down 1-0, down 2 games to 1. And a slider misses, ball 1. Sanders is 4 for 11, held hitless in last night's game 3 for being a big part of the Giants offense in games 1 and 2. That's low, and it's 2-0. Woody. Kirk Rueter, nicknamed Woody from Toy Story, calls himself Woody. That's how much he enjoys that nickname. 2 balls and a strike. Kirk Rueter's got all his friends back in the Hoyleton, Illinois area watching in the shed. He's got the shed, which is anything but a shed. Multi-leveled home that he calls a shed, with televisions, a workout room, kitchen. Here's a 2-1 to Sanders with 1 out. Good pitch on the inside part, 2-2.
And memorabilia from his playing days. On a 2-1 count, Reggie Sanders could have been more selective. That is not his strength.
Up the middle, a 1-out base hit. David Bell will come to the plate with Rueter to follow. There's Woody. And there's Woody. 2 of a kind. Real name Kirk, real name Woody. Best gal, Woody, or Kirk Rueter's wife Carla. Bo Peep, although we had a little bit of a disagreement on that in the NLCS. I said it was Jesse. Others on the crew say Bo Peep. Hangout, Andy's room, or the shed. Nemesis, the Kingfish, and of course Stinky Pete from Toy Story 2. Right now it's David Bell at the plate. The winner of the Willie Mack Award, named after Willie McCovey, by these Giants, that they present to the most inspirational player on the team. Trying to follow Reggie Sanders, base hit up the middle with something productive. He takes strike 1.
Willie McCovey, a Hall of Fame career. How about his opening day? Stretch, Big Mac, July 30th, 1959 against Robin Roberts. His first game in the major leagues, 2 singles and 2 triples.
One on, 1 out. Bell takes another strike over the inside part, 0-2. Willie McCovey is still around here almost daily at the Giants games. Cepeda has a vested interest in being around here, as we talked about a moment ago. Willie Mays has been everywhere, holding press conferences during this World Series. Here's an 0-2. Bell last night really went into battle mode with 2 strikes. He ended up picking up 3 walks in his first 3 trips to the plate. Now trying to wait out John Lackey and look for a mistake. Lackey showed a lot in the first inning, not breaking under the pressure of first and third, nobody out. 1-0 Anaheim as Bell shatters his bat. Eckstein makes the play. Runner at second, 2 out. And somehow Gloss was able to head toward the ball with that jagged piece of bat headed toward him.
And had Gloss been able to field the ball, or had he had to have fielded the ball, I don't think he fields the ball. Eckstein cuts in front of him. Watch, see, Gloss is trying to get out of the way of the bat, and Eckstein, realizing that, gets in front of it, and as the scouts calling, just enough.
So now a runner at second with 2 out, and Kirk Rueter will try to do what Lackey did to him in the top of this inning, that is get a hit. Rueter 11 hits, 62 trips to the plate this season. 0 for 6 in the postseason. A chopper for Benji Gill. Had to hurry and just did get Rueter, who was hustling all the way. second inning comes to a close. A one-out hit by Sanders. The Giants strand their third, and they've hit into a double play after two. Here in San Francisco, 1-0 Anaheim.
You know, since we graduated, about 80% of us stayed within a 100-mile radius of each other. It's family love. 70% of us got married, some of us twice. There are 5 of us who are no longer with us. 3 of us came out, and 67% of you had the guts to show up here tonight. Give yourselves a hand! Class of 76!
Jim! Hey, Mikey. There's our TV, 57-inch widescreen. Looks even better than last week.
Can we take it home this time?
Therein lies the problem, Peter. The minute we take it home, I'm gonna see it on sale.
You know, with Circuit City's Price Match Plus, you don't have to worry about that.
Huh. Don't worry, take it home. Because if you find a lower price within 30 days of purchase, we'll give you back 110% of the price difference. Circuit City, we're with you.
Does this mean my video game system can come home too?
Now, there is no up or down. Introducing Mach 3 Turbo. Total comfort whether you shave down or up. A new anti-friction coating on all 3 blades, plus a new strip releases even more lubrication. So even against the grain, you get less irritation and the closest shave. It's turning the shaving world upside down. Mach 3 Turbo. New from Gillette. Try new Gillette Series Shave Gel and get skincare with every shave.
It's the freakiest Simpsons Halloween special ever.
You're actually quite gentle when you want to be.
You're not helping.
Where a mad scientist fuses man with beast.
All you can do is eat and sleep and mate and roll around in filth. Where do I sign up?
The Treehouse of Horror, Sunday, November 3rd at 8, followed by King of the Hill on Fox.
A 1-0 Anaheim lead as we go to the top of the third inning outside McCovey Cove. The target from Taco Bell. Anybody hits that. Free tacos for the entire country. And we're talking about Willie McCovey, and there's Willie. Tim Salmon leads it off and takes a ball low and away to start the third inning.
When first baseman in the National League had to hold the runner on with McCovey at bat, they were fearful, and that's understating it. One of the greatest low ball hitters ever in the game of baseball.
Tim Salmon would consider himself a low ball hitter. He waits for a 2-0 pitch from Rueter. And it's 3-0 with Anderson to follow and then Troy Gloss. So far, this Anaheim lineup is 4 for 10 with a sacrifice fly. And unless these Giants pitchers figure out a way to slow down this Anaheim offense, the Giants are going to have to figure out a way to outslug this Anaheim team. Angels winning last night 10-4. Here's a 3-1. Into center field, another Angel hit. Their 5th of the night. Willie McCovey played 17 seasons for the San Francisco Giants. Hit 521 career home runs. And of course played in the 1962 World Series. And people still talk about some of the home runs that he hit in ballparks across the country. Number 44 retired here for the Giants. Now with 1 on, nobody out. Anderson, not hard hit. Kent able to get the lead man, and that's it. The force out, 4-6. And Anderson runs the bases. He's at first with 1 out, and Gloss coming up.
Nice job by Kent, slowing things down, realizing the ball wasn't hit hard enough to get 2. So he takes his time and gets 1.
Gloss bounced into a 4-6 force out to end a threat for the Angels in the first. And the big third baseman waits, takes ball 1. Gloss only 26 years old. Had 2 home runs in game 1, a double, a single in game 2. Last night, an RBI single, a walk, another base hit, and 2 runs scored.
This is a matchup that Kirk Rueter wants to stay away from, facing Gloss with men on base.
Well, there have been men on base throughout this entire series for Anaheim. They've had at least 1 base runner on in 24 of the 29 World Series innings to this point. Counts 2-0 on Gloss with Spezio next.
Salmon ran the count to 3-0, hit a 3-1 pitch. Now it's 2-0 to Gloss.
He's already hit 6 postseason home runs. And he gets into one to center field here. Back at the track, at the wall. It is gone. A home run, number 7. A 2-0 pitch. 3-0 Anaheim. Not only facing Gloss with a man on, but falling behind 2-0. And Troy Gloss took Kirk Rueter and the Giants out to center.
Those 2-0 counts. You could see how quickly Rueter turned around, knowing that ball was headed out of the ballpark, or at least had a chance.
So now 7 home runs for Gloss, equaling Barry Bonds in this postseason.
And Troy's first with a man on. All the others solo shots.
Still only 1 out in the inning. Here's Spezio. And there's a line drive to center right at Lofton. 2 out.
2 terrific at bats by Tim Salmon. As we said, running the count to 3-0. He hit the 3-1 pitch, and then Gloss forcing Rueter to give him a good pitch to hit. Finally, he did, 2-0, and that ball was clubbed.
Here's Benji Gill. Gill singled with 1 out last inning. It was followed by a hit by Molina and a hit by John Lackey. Here's another hit for Gill. 2 for 2 tonight. 7 out of 10 in the postseason. And Gill is on with Molina coming up and 2 out. Eckstein an RBI in this game. It came last inning, and Gloss a 2-run homer here in the third.
Just beyond the outstretched glove of Jeff Kent, a breaking ball Gill hit off the end of the bat. And the Angels are in a frenzy in postseason.
Here comes Molina. Major League Baseball's memorable moments, the 30 most memorable moments in baseball history, from Jackie Robinson, Mark McGwire, and Mays, to Aaron, Ripken, and Bonds, available wherever videos are sold or by calling 1-800-BASEBALL. 1-800-BASEBALL to get the video. One of those thunder sticks just fell down in the field out in center field, so Kenny Lofton had to go retrieve it.
Had a shot of Mickey Hatcher, the hitting instructor of the Angels, a guy that we haven't talked a lot about. He doesn't really care. All of his talking has been done by his hitters during the postseason.
Molina takes ball 1 high. Angels came in hitting .353 in this World Series. .335 overall in the postseason. The best postseason average by a team was posted by the 1960 New York Yankees. They hit .338 as a group. Off the end of the bat, shallow right, late break in by Sanders, but he's there and the inning is over. That'll do it for the Angels in the third, but not before they put up two more and hit their 22nd home run of this postseason. Gloss gets number 7, and after 2.5 in Game 4, it's 3-0 Anaheim.
Pepsi Blue, a fusion of berries with a splash of cola. Pepsi Blue, it's a blue thing.
In the new Alcatraz, the biggest problem isn't breaking out.
What are you packing?
This.
You want to play rough?
Sorry, I'm not into men. It's dealing with the guys who just broke in.
It's a party, boys.
Why are you doing this?
$200 million worth of U.S. gold. What's going on? We got a problem.
Half past dead.
That's what I'm talking about.
Rated PG-13. Opens November 15th.
Check it out.
Introducing the all-new Ram Heavy Duty. Grab Dodge's new 7-year, 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, and Toyota don't match it.
Fox Friday. Imagine being trapped in space.
What was that?
With no way to escape.
You lock everything that leaves below decks. Good now!
And no hope for survival.
We're going to run out of air.
How long?
Couple of hours, maybe.
Firefly. All new at 8/7 Central Fox Friday.
A 3-0 Anaheim lead as this Game 4 slips into the bottom of the third. Top of the order for the Giants, Kenny Lofton. Singled his first time. Shows bunt, takes a ball. Lofton, Aurelia, and Kent. Again, if anybody gets on Bonds here in the third. Only Lofton's second hit of the World Series in the first inning. That's foul. Twice now, Lofton has hit a rocket down the right side, but pulled it foul, and the count evens.
Knowing he's going to get a fastball, about 5 feet foul. You're ahead in the count, expecting a pitch. That's what you want to do. If you hit it foul, hit it hard to the pull side.
Here's a 1-1 from Lackey. Pulled through the right side for a base hit. And again, Lofton is on to start an inning.
That was that straight changeup from Lackey. Good hitting by Lofton. Fooled on the pitch, and he kind of one-hands it to right field.
Now it's Rich Aurelia. Floated a base hit to right his first time, and that sent Lofton to third, and the Giants looked like they were going to grab the early lead, but a strikeout of Kent, the walk to Bonds, and Santiago hit into a 6-3 double play to end the inning. Ball one.
What good play by Molina. He did not have a good year with the bat. Not an offensive catcher. Used to be distinguished. He's a catcher that hits as opposed to a hitter that catches. Good play.
Two 2-0, and Molina will go out and talk. Aurelia homered in last night's game, and he has hit 5 in this postseason.
It's getting to be, and it's been that way a long time, that if Bonds hits here in the World Series, the bases have to be loaded, or he has to be leading off an inning.
Into left center field, well hit. Back at the track, it is dropped by Erstad. The runners will end up at second and third on a double by Aurelia.
What a recovery by Anderson. The ball off the heel of the glove. He dived too far, but Anderson picks the ball up immediately to throw it in and hold Lofton to third base. Watch the ball hit the heel of the glove. Erstad diving too far, and that ball trickling out of the glove, but a nice play by Anderson to prevent further trouble. Lofton has to hold up to see if the catch is made. Almost stops, and with nobody out, stops at third.
Second and third for Jeff Kent, who struck out his first time. Tying run at the plate, third inning. Ball one. First base is open, but Barry Bonds waits on deck. Lofton at third, Aurelia 2 for 2 at second. Caught by Lackey. Good base running by the Giants, as no one's doubled off, and now with first base open, Bonds will get another walk.
That's a very good point, Joe, because your natural instinct tells you to go on a ball like this, but Sonny Jackson reminding Lofton, watch the line drive, make it go through. And Lackey's height certainly helped him then. Lofton.
Intentional pass to Bonds. This the easiest decision that Scioscia has had to make. Last time in this situation and last night, the walk was given to Bonds to force runners up. Here first base is open, and the easy decision to load him up and heap it all again on the back of Benito Santiago, who's only 2 out of 14 in this World Series.
With Halloween only a week away, 2 nightmarish at bats by Jeff Kent.
So again, it's up to Santiago, who did come through for the Giants in the NLCS. Enough to win the MVP honors for what he did batting behind Bonds. Three times the last 2 games, Santiago has had the bases loaded in front of him. That's ball one. Last night, first time up, first inning. A little baseman for an RBI ground out, and tonight, an inning-ending, rally-killing 6-3 double play.
Both of those pitches sliders away out of the strike zone. Santiago, a free swinger, and he's been that way for the last 17 years.
That's a foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Santiago needs a new bat.
Following the slider away, Lackey comes in. That is a good pitch right on the handle.
24-year-old has made some good pitches.
He really
when he's
has.
had to.
Yes, he has. Sometimes in the early part of an at-bat, you don't tell the hitter how you're going to get him out. Often fastballs inside will turn into breaking balls away. That's why you have to move the ball east and west, outside, inside. The most effective way to get hitters out.
Reaching for it, another ground ball to Eckstein. 6-4-3 and another double play. Same formula as the first inning. Kent doesn't come through. Bonds doesn't get a chance to come through. And Santiago hits into the double play. We go to the fourth inning, game 4. Still 3-0 Anaheim.
Gehrig's farewell speech. Selfless. Robinson's rookie year. Fearless. Fisk's game winner. Timeless. Our pastime. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Devoted fan of Major League Baseball and its most memorable moments.
What if the new Kia Sorento was in a race against the other SUVs? Who would win? The little ones would be left in the dust. Some just too honking huge. Others would be afraid of getting dirty. And the rest, they'd be distracted by the wads of cash we save. The midsize Sorento with a 10-year warranty won this unbiased race. After all, it is our commercial. The new Kia Sorento. Make every mile count.
Honey, would you relax? The market always comes back.
Yeah, but it's our safety net. You don't screw around with that. You can't just...
Wait a minute. Do you think that this is easy for me? Do you know the pressure I'm under? Do you know how much college is going to cost by the time...
Honey, that's my point. What if something happens to you? You know? Where would that leave me and the kids? You ever think about that?
The World Series on Fox, presented by MasterCard, is brought to you by John Hancock, official sponsor of Major League Baseball. John Lackey already has a hit tonight. It helps set up a scoring chance, get the runner Gill to third in the second inning, who scored on a sac fly by Eckstein. Out in front, the count 0-2. The San Francisco Giants have stranded 5, as have the Angels. The Giants have had first and third, nobody out, and haven't scored. Second and third, and nobody out, and haven't scored. The 0-2 pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now it's 2-2. Lackey laid off the changeup. Lackey, then Eckstein, then Erstad. Back to Rueter. And the leadoff man is gone. The frustration for the San Francisco Giants last half inning.
Frustrations are caused by good pitches. After that fastball on the hands of Santiago, that slider low and away. 2 double plays in a row rolled into by Santiago.
Got one guy banging his helmet against the wall in the dugout, and the other one smiling coming back to the dugout. And that guy's Eckstein, who stands in with 1 out and nobody on.
That's the way it happens, huh? 1 smiles
and 1 destroys. That's up and in for ball 1. Eckstein in a sac fly his last time up. Grounded out his first time. Good pitch from Rueter, a ball and a strike. So often we talk about the extra rounds of playoffs and how the extra rounds have tainted a lot of the records as Eckstein tried to catch Bell napping, and David was moving in with a pitch and ready for that bunt. It's like he expected it from Eckstein.
Well, sometimes you toy with the hitter as a third baseman. You play back, then you move in when he can't see you. David Bell expecting the bunt. Nice play.
But when you talk about extra rounds, as you look at the play that Bell made, he was ready for that. It's really tainted a lot of the totals. Most home runs in a postseason, most RBIs in a postseason. You get these hitters now with 2 extra rounds compared to those who were playing before 1969 as Erstad grounds out. But the extra rounds of playoffs really work against the Anaheim Angels with regard to team batting average. That's why it's incredible that coming into this game, they're hitting .335 in the postseason, and they have not slowed down. An amazing start to this World Series for the Angels.
We should change before we pick up the girls. Okay.
Chevy Avalanche. It changes from a pickup to an SUV.
What are you doing?
Avalanche, like a rock.
Bond. James Bond.
The James Bond Special Edition DVD collection is cool. Very cool.
Shaken.
Not stirred.
Own the 007 Special Edition DVDs now.
Mr. Stevens? Yeah. Got you down for over 130 channels, $39.99 a month.
Right.
So every channel's digital quality. There's access to 31 premium movie channels, 60 pay-per-view movie titles a month.
Great. So they can go on the back of the roof?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, good. So go ahead and pull around back.
You work for the cable company, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why settle for cable? Get a 2-room DirecTV system with installation for under $50.
I love football on TV, shots of Gina Lee, hanging with my friends and twins. I love burritos at 4 a.m., parties that never end, dogs that love cats, and twins. And I love you too. It's a love song.
How did I become a switcher? Because I got tired of just trying to make my computer work. I had a PC and it never worked. Couldn't do video. I couldn't do audio. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't even find anybody who knew what piece of cable I needed to go from the camera to the computer. I had one guy tell me that's what they do in Hollywood. That's not the kind of stuff you can do at home. So when I bought my Mac, I bought a digital video camera. And now, it's simple. Plug in the FireWire to the Mac, plug it into the digital video camera, open iMovie, click import, and whoop, it all goes on. My name's Andy Skoronsky, and I'm a cop.
Radio Shack is the place people go for specialty batteries for all kinds of things. Choose from over 1,000 batteries. Radio Shack has more power. Radio Shack.
These overhead shots of the Bay Area in the 2002 World Series provided by the Saturn Lightship. The team at Saturn hopes you're enjoying this unique look from high above San Francisco. It took the blimp 10 hours to travel from Anaheim to San Francisco at 45 miles per hour. If a blimp left Anaheim traveling 45 miles per hour, that's the end of it.
10 hours.
10 hours, that a baby.
450 miles.
JT Snow grounds to second, Gill to his left. One away. My monologue at the end of the top of the 4th inning was regarding the 1960 Yankees and the numbers that they put up, as these Angels trying to do even better as a group with their bats. The Yankees in 1960 hit .338 in that World Series with Pittsburgh. They dominated the scoreboard except lost the series on the Mazeroski home run in Game 7. .55 runs to 27 by the Pirates.
Just blew the Pirates out in the 3 games that Pittsburgh lost. And that famous Mazeroski home run after Hal Smith had hit the home run at the bottom of the 8th inning.
With 1 out, nobody on, the 0-1 pitch to Sanders. Checked his swing. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The one thing the Giants want to do this inning, if they don't score, is at least clear the pitcher. They go 3 up, 3 down, trailing by at least 3. Then Rueter will lead off the 5th inning. Working the lineup like that, very, very important if you're Lackey.
Two balls and a strike on Sanders, who has a hit tonight. 5 in 12 trips to the plate in this World Series. 2-2. Was it Koufax who used to talk about the importance of pitching to the number 8 hitter because of that?
Yep. He said guys hit 8 for a reason. Of course, David Bell, atypical as an 8th hitter. He had a terrific year batting in the number 1 hole and 8 hole. But that was Sandy's line. They're hitting 8 for a reason.
The number 7 hitter Sanders on 2-2. Stays inside, full count.
That's bad selection right there. 2-2. You don't want the count to run 3-2. Catchers are trained to call for a pitch that a pitcher gets over the best most often. And a curveball is not the pitch that Lackey gets over the most often.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Bell next. Into right for Salmon. 2 up, 2 down. Bell will bat with the bases empty. October's magical matchups continue this week with Fox NFL Sunday, beginning with America's #1 pregame show. Then history in the making as Emmitt Smith needs just 93 yards against the Seahawks to break Walter Payton's all-time rushing record, or the surprising Cardinals take on Terrell Owens and the 49ers in an NFC West showdown with first place at stake. Our other regional action. It's all part of a full weekend on Fox. Bell able to check his swing. That's ball 1.
Mike Scioscia was motioning to Troy Glaus to stay back. 10 runs scored in Game 3 last night. How about that? 9 NFL teams scored 10 points or fewer.
After scoring 11 runs in Game 2. 2 balls, no strikes on David Bell, who grounded out to short his first time up.
Once again, a key at bat right here. Even though the Giants don't score, you clear Rueter.
And the count's gone to 3-0. Lofton able to lead off last inning, got a base hit, followed by the double by Aurelia. But it's been Jeff Kent that has been unable to come through for the Giants in his first 2 trips. 3-1 to Bell. That's foul. And it's a full count. John Lackey threw 32 pitches in Game 2 of this World Series. That got him through 2 1/3 innings. Allowed 2 runs on 2 hits. Pitched the 7 shutout innings in Game 4 of the ALCS in Anaheim in a 7-1 win over Minnesota. Bell into left field. Anderson cutting across to get it, and the inning is over. And John Lackey picking up where he left off after that last start in the ALCS against Minnesota. Still 3-0 as we go to the 5th. Back after this from your local Fox station.
This is John Beard. Tonight at 10, police have found a letter at the scene of yesterday's sniper attack. What did the sniper say this time? Then, you don't need a license to kill to drive this car. We'll take you to this 007 auto show tonight on the Fox 11 10 o'clock news.
The race is on. 0% for 5 years on any 2002 Ford Focus. It's going fast. So catch it while you can.
Even with osteoarthritis, these arms still have a way with the ladies.
Celebrating, celebrating.
These legs hardly miss a beat.
Celebrating.
And these hands. Oh, these hands haven't lost their touch. Celebrate. They're Celebrex. Just one Celebrex lasts 24 hours and provides strong arthritis pain relief. People with aspirin-sensitive asthma or allergic reactions due to aspirin or other arthritis medicines or certain drugs called sulfonamide should not take Celebrex. In rare cases, serious stomach problems such as bleeding can occur without warning. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems. Ask your doctor to find out if prescription Celebrex is right for you and call 1-888-CELEBREX. Celebrex for strong 24-hour relief of arthritis pain.
I remember walking away from the car feeling we could have died.
The car actually went end over end, finally stopping on its top.
You feel the car being thrown around, and you just wait for that final moment.
The police officer said to me, "This car saved your life." I said, "I know it did."
Volvo. 75 years of building life.
Back in San Francisco, we prepare for the 5th. It'll be the 3, 4, 5 hitters, Salmon, Anderson, and Gloss. If anybody gets on, Spezio against Rueter. He's trying to keep it a 3-run game. Rueter due to lead off in the bottom of this inning. Anaheim up 2-1. Salmon. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Salmon's been on base twice tonight, reached on an error back in the 1st, singled in the 3rd inning. 6 hits in this World Series. Rueter runs one inside. It's 0-2. Ball 1 high. A 1-2 delivery is just down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Outfield playing Salmon to pull just a bit. It was 0-2. Now it's 3-2.
Good job by Salmon going from an 0-2 count to a 3-2 count. Last time up, his hit came on a 3-1 count.
On the inside corner, struck out Salmon with a breaking ball.
First strikeout of the night for Kirk Rueter. That's the breaking ball. When you go to 0-2, it is so much more to the credit of the pitcher. as opposed to falling behind initially. How you get a guy out is determined by the count often.
One out. Garrett Anderson floats one, shallow left. Bell can't get to it. Gets it on one hop. And Anderson is aboard for the second time tonight.
There are 12 different counts. On 0-2 counts, when balls were put in play this year, Major League batters batted 159. On 1-2 counts, Major League batters batted 172. But look at the other counts, and you get the idea. When a guy is looking for a pitch and he gets it, he's going to hit the ball on the fat part of the bat. It might be at somebody. It's the fat part of the bat.
1 on, 1 out for Gloss, who got one on the fat part of the bat and hit a home run to center his last time up.
On a 2-0 count.
In for a strike from Rueter. Salmon with that strikeout to lead off this 5th inning, the first strikeout of the night for Rueter. That's just inside. A ball and a strike. Kirk Rueter had the lowest ratio of strikeouts per 9 innings pitched in the major leagues this year. And this Angels team, the lowest in the major leagues this year as far as team strikeouts.
As with Gloss as hot as he is, I don't think Anderson's going anyplace unless the count runs to 3-2.
Angels lead 3-0 in the 5th. Gloss a big reason why. Rueter being careful with the Angels' third baseman. It's 2-1. On deck is Spezio, who hit a line drive to center his last time up, and he's grounded out. To the shortstop. Aurelia, Kent, Snow. And a double play ends the inning. The Giants have hit into 2, and now they've turned 1. We're halfway through game 4. Giants bat down 3-0.
Obviously, the new Silverado is here. Silverado, the truck from Chevy.
All right, look, yo. Your style is generic, mine's authentic made. I roll like a renegade.
To listen to the individual, the magnificent voices speak the fiery chain.
You want the area bound the barrier with
Who want what? Who pumped up to get rolled
So here I
up?
go, it's my shot. Feet fail me not, this may be the only opportunity that I got. You better freeze yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go.
If something's gonna happen, it needs to happen now.
Rated R at theaters Friday, November 8th.
I take batting practice. I take infield practice. I take Viagra.
Ready to try Viagra for the first time? Ask your doctor if a free sample's right for you and visit Viagra.com for more information.
Step up to the plate and make an appointment to see your doctor.
You were under intense pressure to reduce costs in your organization. You asked yourself, how can I leverage my existing network? How can I cut overnight delivery costs? How can I increase productivity? And then you found your answer. Image Runner from Canon. This is your day, ma'am. Bask in its glory.
World Series on Fox is presented by MasterCard and brought to you by Canon, with thousands of products and one simple idea, giving people know-how. Canon know-how. By AIG. AIG Insurance, Financial Services, and the freedom to dare. And by Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Kirk Rueter leads it off and takes a strike from John Lackey. Rueter, Lofton, and Aurelia, with Kent due up fourth in this fifth inning. Good idea by Rueter with the right side pushed back, but bunted foul in the count 0-2.
I think Benji Molina was saying that Rueter was out of the batter's box and the ball hit him foul. I thought, or the ball hit him fair. And if that were the case, he would be out. Kirk trying to bunt the ball. It was close. That was very close.
Rueter got a piece. It looked like Rueter was still in the box when the ball hit him.
Here it is once again. It's a drag bunch. You're going to try to bunt it on the right side. Right, but see that left foot? It was close.
Here's an 0-2 pitch. Rueter, ball one.
That was close too. The Lackey curve.
Off the plate, out in front of the plate, a lot of spin on it, and Rueter's on to start the inning.
It was that second bounce. You're right, Joe. The spin caused Rueter to be on first base. Chopper. Now watch what that ball does. It almost comes toward the first base side instead of dropping freely toward the mound, and Rueter's able to get a base hit. Watch how this ball bounces toward the line and makes it a tougher play for Lackey, and the Giants have their leadoff runner on here in the fifth.
That has not been the problem for the Giants so far, getting a leadoff man on. Lofton's done it twice in tonight's game. Now time's called as Spezio goes over and makes sure that Lackey knows that he's going to be off the bag. To the third base side. It comes back fair. Still rolling. Fair. A fair ball, and it's 2 on with nobody out. Gloss picked it up, thinking it was foul, and it was called fair by the home plate umpire, Mike Winters.
A lot of home teams will build up that third baseline to try to keep the ball fair. Rolling on the line, on the line, on the line. Now tilting back toward the line. And actually, had he picked it up about 4 inches this side of the home plate side of home plate, it's a foul ball. But he waited until it went back and touched the outside of the line.
So now 2 on with nobody out. And Aurelia takes a breaking ball low.
There.
Good call by the home plate umpire, Mike Winters. It's foul now, and now it's on the line. When Gloss touches it, it's a fair ball. And it's 2 on with nobody out. And a 1-0 pitch to Aurelia. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Giants have runners on at first and second on 2 balls that went about 65 feet.
That's foul. The Giants had 2 on with nobody out in the first. Didn't score. 2 on with nobody out in the third. Didn't score. Have 2 on with nobody out in the fifth. And it's a 1-2 count on Aurelia, who asks for time. And again, as Lackey's having a tough time agreeing with Molina on what to throw. Two balls, 2 strikes. You can vote now using PCS Vision from Sprint or log on to foxsports.com to answer that Sprint Virtual Manager question regarding instant replay. 2 on with nobody out. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Aurelia. 2 for 2 tonight with a single and a double. Into right center field for a hit. Rueter will come to the plate. Going to third is Lofton. It's a 3-1 game.
What a great at bat by Rueter. After fastball's in, the fastball away, Rueter cuts down on his stroke, rifles one to right center. Aurelia, I beg your pardon, with Rueter on at second. Just a marvelous job of hitting by Aurelia. Those are the types of at-bats that the Giants are used to seeing out of the Angels.
It started with that high chopper off the bat of Rueter. Then the bunt by Lofton. And now the RBI single by Aurelia. Jeff Kent, a strikeout with first and third, nobody out in the first. And then with runners at second and third and nobody out in the third, he lined back to Lackey. So Kent yet another chance to come through for San Francisco. That's foul.
Again, behind everything. Jeff Kent has been that way against the Angels and the Cardinals and the Braves all postseason.
Tying runs are on for San Francisco here in the bottom of the fifth. Nobody out. And a pop-up into right field. Lofton will tag, come to the plate. The throw home, too late. Going down to second is Aurelia, and it's a 3-2 game. Sac fly by Kent. An error on the play to allow Aurelia to go down to second.
The reason Lofton scored on this ball was the way Salmon ends up back on his heels. Instead of positioning himself for a strong throw, he throws it near the dugout. Lackey backing up home plate. We talked about it last night. Whimsically, you wonder whether Aurelia is shrewd going to second here or not. Because now the automatic walk to Bonds.
It's a sac fly to right by Kent, then E9 on the throw home, which Aurelia took second. It does open up first base, and it gives the Angels the easy option of walking Bonds to put runners at first and second with 1 out for Santiago. So 3 plate appearances, 3 intentional walks to Bonds.
Here it is one more time. Watch Salmon, and outfielders have talked about this, the wind currents. You're talking about Aurelia right now. Aurelia diving back, and now he goes to second base on the throw. That's instinct. Tim Salmon catching the ball back on his heels. When he backs up, Lofton scores.
Now it's 2 on with 1 out, and again Santiago, who's bounced into 2 inning-ending double plays tonight. 3-2 game. Ball 1. You can even go back to game 2 with Santiago facing Lackey. Last 3 at bats against this right-hander, Santiago has hit into 3 double plays. Man. And he bats with 2 on and 1 out here. Into center field for a hit. Here comes Aurelia. They're going to bring him home. The throw by Erstad, tie game.
Santiago thinking he finally hung one right here in the sweet zone. Rear end out, bat extended, Giants tie it.
Aurelia even looked back right there as he made his way to third, scored easily as the throw hit the mound from Erstad. And the Giants have tied it, have a chance to take their first lead. First and second, still only 1 out, ball 1 to Snow. What a relief that must be for Santiago. A 1-0 to Snow is ripped into right. Salmon back to get it, 2 out.
That's a base running mistake on Bonds' part. He went too far toward third. If you go a third of the way, you're off far enough to get back to second to tag and to go to third. Bonds went halfway. Snow drills it to deep right. Now with 1 out, it's not as big a play as it would have been with nobody out, but Bonds, you could see, kicking the base like that. But if Lackey throws a wild pitch, or there is an error on the infield, then it could come back to haunt the Giants and Bonds.
Now it's Reggie Sanders with 2 on and 2 out. 1 for 2 tonight. Strike 1. Bonds the lead runner. Santiago on at first. Ben Weber getting loose for the Angels. Time called.
Joe, I might add on that play, because that ball didn't have a lot of loft to it, in fairness to Barry Bonds, he had to make up his mind immediately. But once he went 3 steps toward third, it's too late to get back.
No balls, 2 strikes.
See, if you go right here, then you have a chance to get back to tag up. But once you go halfway, you have no chance.
Sanders set up at 0-2. Blocked by Molina.
Sometimes because of pitches like that, if you've got a runner on at third base with 2 outs, it changes your pitch calling. you are reluctant to call for pitches like that. But with the runner on second and 2 outs, you're more inclined to throw the slider in the dirt.
Shallow right. Out is Spezio. Foul ball.
The governor called a reprieve for Sanders. Tough play by Spezio. Reggie Sanders with new life.
One ball, 2 strikes. 4 hits in the inning, an error. And Bonds carries the lead run with him. Out at second base with 2 out. That's foul. Two balls, 2 strikes. David Bell on deck. Sanders, the 8th man to bat in the inning. '27 pitch inning for John Lackey, who has Weber getting loose behind him in the bullpen. 2-2 to Sanders. Inning is over. Second strikeout of the night for Lackey, with the first runs of the night for the Giants. Rueter started it by getting on with that hit. Then the bunt base hit by Kenny Lofton. Base hit by Aurelia. Base hit Santiago. And after 5 in Game 4, we're tied 3-3.
Warner Brothers Pictures presents One Sick Mobster.
Yeah! I'm going to release him into your custody.
Fine. You have to get a job now.
What's that supposed to be, a joke? Look at the size of that trunk. I could put 3 bodies in it.
Robert De Niro.
There's got to be something that you like to do.
Well, I like hitting guys over the head with a baseball bat. That's always good.
Billy Crystal.
Either he's in or he's dead. I think in is better. If I had a vote, I would vote in.
Analyze that.
Hooah!
Rated R. Starts Friday, December 6th.
Enter to win a trip to the baseball championship with Mark McGwire.
People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's a warm-hearted person who loved me till the end. People, let me tell you about him. He's so much fun. Yeah, he's my best friend.
Enter to win a trip to the baseball championship with Mark McGwire. Odds of winning dependent on number of entries. Odds of becoming Mark McGwire's best friend, not as good.
There's a place that I travel when I want to roam, and nobody knows it but me. The roads don't go there, and the signs stay home, and nobody knows it but me. It's far, far away, and way, way afar. It's over the moon and the sea. And wherever you're going, that's wherever you are. And nobody knows it but me. Chevy Tahoe, like a rock.
Oh, Steve, I don't think you should hang the bug zapper over the Bud Light. That's really tacky.
Yeah.
Great party. Thank you.
Yeah, this dip is fantastic.
Great. I love these crunchy things on top. Are they caraway seeds?
Yes.
I didn't put anything on the dip.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down.
Great party, guys.
Fun.
Make it a Bud Light.
The World Series on Fox, presented by MasterCard, brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. Aerial coverage of the entire 2002 World Series, courtesy of Saturn and the Saturn Lightship up above. Keep your eye on the sky when the Saturn Lightship visits a major sporting event near you. There it is on this cool evening in San Francisco. Temperature in the 50s as we play here in the 6th inning, a 3-3 game. Spezio took a breaking ball for a strike, and now a pitch low. It's 1-1. Spezio, Gill, and Molina. If anybody gets on, the pitcher Lackey is due up 4th in the inning. The 1-1. Reaching for it, up and over the plate, change up, and it's 1-2. Rueter only one strikeout tonight, and it's 2-2 on Spezio. Up the middle, a base hit. Spezio's on with his first hit of the night. Our Chevy Trucks in-game box score. For the Anaheim Angels, Eckstein has a sac fly. Erstad hitless tonight. Spezio on with his first hit. Troy Gloss, a 2-run home run back in the 3rd inning. Even John Lackey, in his first professional plate appearance, got a base hit in a 3-hit 2nd inning when the Angels took the lead.
I'm a little bit surprised there's no one warming for the Angels right now. You have your 7th place hitter with the pitcher in the hole, especially if you're going to bunt a runner over.
Well, they had Weber up earlier, so
right,
you would assume that he said he's ready to go and might not need much more warming up, even with the chilly temperatures here in San Francisco. But if they're bunting with Gill, you would have to believe that they're thinking about lifting Lackey for a pinch hitter.
Yeah.
Left-hander starts to loosen. Chad Zerbe for San Francisco. Pitched 4 innings in game 2, and now time called at the plate.
Remember Mike Socia with experience as a catcher in the National League.
Showing bunt again, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, pitching out, thinking that Socia may change things around. Both managers very unpredictable. Managers will show bunt in situations like that and get the infielders moving around and then put the hit and run on. I'm a little surprised he's bunting anyway.
And going after a pitch up and out of the strike zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes for a guy who has 7 hits and 10 trips this postseason. 2 for 2 tonight.
Yeah, 2 liners tonight.
Emmitt Smith 93 yards away from Walter Payton's all-time rushing record. Could set that against Seattle this Sunday. Right now in game 4 of the 2002 World Series with Anaheim up 2-1. It's a 3-3 score. And a 2-2 count as the Angels take the bunt off on that last delivery. A leadoff hit by Spezio. Go-ahead run is on, and Gill hops out of there. Nothing lead for Spezio over at first. The end of the bat.
The way it appears right now is that Ben Weber, if Mike Scioscia pinch hits for the pitcher, whether Mike pinch hits or not, Weber's going to be the pitcher in the bottom of the 6th inning. If only 3 hitters come to bat, you may send Weber out there, then pinch hit for him in the top of the 7th and put Rodriguez in there. Francisco Rodriguez, the phenom, in the wings.
The 2-2 pitch. There's Wooten getting loose in the dugout. He could be the pinch hitter. Remember, the Angels also have Adam Kennedy on their bench to start the night. Mike Scioscia thrilled he did not have to use Francisco Rodriguez in last night's Game 3. He's had 2 days off. 2-2 pitch. Second strikeout of the night for Rueter. 1 on, 1 out.
We said Rueter does not strike out a lot, but he sure picked a good time to do it.
So now Molina, a catcher who hit .245 during the regular season, who has a hit tonight. 3 out of 11 in this World Series, with Lackey the next scheduled hitter. But now Weber is back getting loose for the Angels in their bullpen. One on, 1 out, ball 1.
Even though you say Benji Gill struck out, I think that was a strategic mistake by Mike Scioscia. When you put a guy like Gill, who is already 2 for 2 in the hole, 1 and 2, you give him 1 shot to hit against a pitcher. And we showed what happens, what major league hitters hit when the count is 1 and 2 or 0 and 2.
The 1-0 pitch to the right side. Snow. Lead man is gone. Double play, nicely turned. 3-6-1. From Snow to Aurelia to Rueter. And now each side has turned 2 double plays. This one anything but routine. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. Tied 3-3.
Gehrig's farewell speech. Selfless. Robinson's rookie year. Fearless. Fisk's game winner. Timeless. Our pastime. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Devoted fan of Major League Baseball and its most memorable moments.
16 million people will come to WebMD this month. Some will learn about a condition or a diagnosis. Others will chat with experts. Many will simply decide when to visit a doctor. We'll help them all to navigate WebMD's wealth of medically reviewed information to find exactly what they need. Americans may have thousands of different questions about their health, but now they have a single place to find the answers.
Are leaders born, or do they rise out of adversity? At AIG, we believe the greatest risk is not taking one.
I called him and I said, get a movie, you know, something old.
I heard, get a monkey with a cold.
A monkey?
It's not his fault. It's the cellular static. Here, now you can get clear calls and do more, because Sprint built the largest all-digital, all-PCS enhanced nationwide network from the ground up for clarity you could see and hear.
Oh, look at that.
Thanks. What about the monkey? Plenty of fluids, and he'll be fine.
For $30 a month, get 300 anytime and unlimited night and weekend PCS minutes from Sprint.
Yeah, hi. I'm having a problem with my PC.
No, it's not us. Call the makers.
Wait. What? Hello? Yeah, my PC isn't, yeah.
I tell them no calls.
Wait.
Not us.
But, wait, I have a...
Wait. Boiler room.
boiler room.
Tired of getting the runaround? Then come to your local Gateway store, where our friendly staff is ready to help you. We offer in-store training and service, plus all the cool stuff you need to make sure you get the most from your PC. Gateway, a better way.
The Ring is the #1 movie in America.
You jump. Being able to scream in a theater, it's fun.
The best scary movie since The Sixth Sense. You'll have a spooky good time.
Scariest movie I've ever seen.
The Ring, rated PG-13, now playing.
It's a 3-3 game as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Back to the double play.
JT Snow showing good hands. And watch the hands of Scott Spezio. When taking out a middle infielder, you have to be able to touch the bag. Spezio trying to trip Aurelia up with his hands.
Ben Weber takes over after 5 innings from Lackey. This postseason, 1 loss, an ERA of 7.5. This is the 8th appearance for Ben Weber. Bell first up. No balls, 2 strikes. Felix Rodriguez, who's been in every game, starts to loosen for San Francisco. One ball, 2 strikes. Bell gets a piece. Cast of Firefly is here with us at Pac-Bell Park in San Francisco. Nathan Fillion, Marina Baccarin. All new episode airs Friday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central here on Fox. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Bell leading off. Another foul. Bell is right on top of the plate.
With 2 strikes protecting away, Ben Weber throwing hitters off with that move toward his waist, almost like a fisherman who's caught a big one.
That's foul again. Lackey did allow 9 hits during his 5 innings, 3 runs. On his 24th birthday. And now it's into the Anaheim bullpen. Another 1-2 to Bell. That's fair. Down the left field line. Nice play by Anderson. Bell's going to try for 2. And he's out by plenty. Garrett Anderson with a terrific play down the left field line, 1 out.
You know why he was playing down there, too? Because of what Bell had done prior to hitting it fair. He had fouled off 3 balls toward the Giant dugout. So Anderson started drifting toward the line and makes what would normally be a tough play, turns it into a good play. Fine throw, easy tag of Bell. Normally balls down the line like that are doubles. But with Garrett Anderson cheating toward the line, he gets Bell easily.
So now Kirk Rueter will be lifted for a pinch hitter Goodwin. After Bell makes the out, a single, the out 7-4 as Anderson made the good 1-hop throw to Gill for the tag. And Goodwin will bat for Rueter, who went 6 innings tonight. Ball 1.
During the postseason, Garrett Anderson has turned in some terrific defensive plays in left field. He has been all over the place for the Angels.
3-0 on Goodwin. Kenny Lofton. Top of the order to follow as Goodwin takes a strike, 3-1. A 1-out walk. And the go-ahead run is on here in the 6th inning. Kenny Lofton will come to the plate 3 for 3. Came into this game 1 for 12 in the World Series. A chopper to the right side. A clean ground single through the right side, and then the bunt. Fair. Foul, fair. And Gloss touched it for a hit. And now it's 1 on, 1 out. Goodwin aboard, and Goodwin can run.
325 stolen bases in his career.
Molina, during the regular season, threw out 42%.
Best in the American League. He has a cannon.
Lofton shows bunt, takes a strike. Weber does anything but a slide step. He has a high leg kick or that pronounced delivery, even from the stretch. So if Goodwin runs, there'll be a lot of pressure on Benji Molina, the catcher for the Angels, to make a perfect throw. One ball, one strike as the Angels pitch out.
If Goodwin does elect to run, the one thing in his favor is there's a left-handed batter up. It's much more difficult for a catcher to throw with a left-handed hitter up than it is for a right-hander. Right-hander clears the airways.
A hit by Bell, out trying to stretch it to a double. A walk to Goodwin. Runner going. The throw by Molina. Bounces in. Stolen base.
Great jump, and the footwork of Molina not nearly as crisp with a right-handed batter up there. Lofton, a base stealer himself, taking and giving Goodwin a chance. And the Giants with the potential go-ahead run in scoring position.
The pitch was a strike, so the count's 1-2 on Lofton. With Aurelia next. 2-2. If you're the San Francisco Giants and you try to take the lead, Weber and this opportunity in the 6th inning becomes one of your better chances with a guy like Francisco Rodriguez lurking for the next 2 innings.
Who retired 9 in a row on Sunday night.
The 2-2. Lofton into center field, pretty well hit. Erstad back to get it. Goodwin will end up at third with 2 out.
Hit well, but the fat part of the field. And Goodwin tagging easily. Remember we talked about Bonds last inning? Going halfway instead of a third of the way. Goodwin to third easily.
Well, Lofton was 3 for 3 prior to that line out to center. Aurelia is 3 for 3 with an RBI single and a run scored his last time. Go ahead run at third with 2 out. Francisco Rodriguez rested and ready for tonight. Aurelia takes strike 1. Delayed call by Mike Winters, the home plate umpire. Felix Rodriguez will work in the 7th. Caught, and the inning is over. Broken bat line drive off the bat of Aurelia and into the glove of Troy Gloss. That sends us to the 7th inning here in Game 4. The Giants down 2-1, tied in this one 3-3. Back after this from your local Fox station.
I'm Christine Devine. Tonight at 10.
Ahmed Lascos live at Pac Bell with all the Angel fans cheering their way through Game 4.
Plus, he'll have a bear of a time getting down from there, which drove this guy up a pole. It's all tonight on the Fox 11 10 o'clock news.
Turning raw metal into pure gold isn't easy, unless it's Chevy Truck Month with 0, 0, 0. 0% APR. 0 down payment. 0 payments on every new 02 and 03 Chevy SUV in stock until 2003. Plus, right now, get $500 bonus cash. It's a new gold rush. Stake your claim. See your Southern California Chevrolet dealer.
Coughing up cards. Easy. Magic wands. No brainer. Furry woodland creature. You want to know what's really magic? That's when Singular takes my unused minutes and makes them reappear the very next month. Oh, now you're impressed. Rollover, only from Singular.
Open up with Samsung Color phones. The new Samsung Color phones with internet access. True vivid colors to express the real you.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? What's up, man?
Where you want to go?
What do you mean?
The Civic from Honda. It figures.
Okay, pick a number between 1 and 10.
1.9.
That's a number and then part of a number.
Get special APR financing as low as 1.9% for 24 months on 2002 Civics.
The World Series on Fox is presented by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Welcome back to San Francisco. We move to the 7th inning, and that means Felix Rodriguez is into the game, as he has been every game this World Series. And he has been busy this postseason for the Giants. Already his 11th appearance. The numbers he's put up in the previous 10. Orlando Palmeiro will come off the bench and bat for Weber, who goes 1 scoreless inning with 1 hit and 1 walk. Strike 1 from Rodriguez. As Felix Rodriguez is on the mound for San Francisco, Francisco Rodriguez is in the bullpen for Anaheim. Outside of Bonds, the most talked about performer in this postseason.
Electric.
The 0-1 to Palmeiro, now time called as Mr. Electric just let one fly in the bullpen, and the ball rolled all the way down to the on-deck circle.
On cue.
Felix Rodriguez worked an inning last night, allowed a hit. He worked an inning and 2/3 in Game 2 and an inning and 1/3 in Game 1. He can bring it too. No balls, 2 strikes.
The other choice available to Mike Scioscia would be to use the left-handed batter Brad Fulmer, but in a tie game leading off an inning, I think it's the proper move to go to Palmeiro, who does not have the power that Fulmer has.
Kennedy on that bench as well for Anaheim. But it's Palmeiro, and it's Orlando set up at 0-2. 1 out. Our Pepsi fan cam with 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. The music from Firefly. Juan Marichal,
the Dominican dandy.
These bundled up fans here in San Francisco. 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. The batter will be Eckstein.
That guy might need a visit to Ramon Ortiz, that last guy.
The Angels clubhouse barber. A strike from Felix Rodriguez to Eckstein, who has delivered a sac fly, grounded out twice. One ball, 1 strike.
Almost check out Reggie Sanders creeping in right field. Really anticipating the ball being hit his way. Eckstein does not have a lot of power to right. Sanders shallow.
Two balls and a strike. Darren Erstad, who is hitless tonight, waits on deck. Popped up on the infield for Kent. 2 up for the Angels, 2 down. Now it's Erstad, who has hit in his first 12 postseason games 0 for 3 with 3 groundouts.
Outfield will be in their doubles defense. It would make sense with Erstad with 2 balls hit down the right field line to protect the line in this situation at first base. What a manager will do is tell a first baseman, go halfway. Ball down the line. You don't want a double here.
With 2 out, ball 1. Darren Erstad has been all over the place this postseason for Anaheim. 12 games, an average of .386, 22 hits. Scored 12 runs, batting out of the number 2 spot in front of Salmon and Anderson. Right to that spot. Snow is there, and now Rodriguez is. And a 1-2-3 7th inning for Felix Rodriguez. Francisco Rodriguez comes in for a battle with Barry Bonds, due up second in the bottom of the 7th.
I hate it when he does that.
Sorry about the dust.
After the new roomy 7-passenger Chevy Trailblazer, everything else just seems kind of weak.
I left the bagels in the jet.
The new Chevy Trailblazer, like a rock.
Taco Bell's grilled steak taco tastes so authentic, you may exhibit carne asada bravado.
Carne asada steak tacos, ladies?
Yeah.
It's an old family recipe.
Yeah.
I did. I made it myself.
I thought he was Irish.
Shh. He's on a roll.
The grilled steak taco. Tender slices of steak marinated in Mexican spices and grilled to perfection for a taste that's irresistible. For authentic carne asada steak, think outside the bun.
I'm a bad girl, Nicholas. Rotten to the heart.
She promises.
Start being a little nice to me, I might cut you in on the take.
She plays you.
Are you flirting with me?
She's unforgettable.
Let's go do something fun.
From the master of the erotic thriller, Spin Magazine calls it De Palma's sexiest, most suspenseful thriller.
$10 million. That's what it's all about.
Rated R. Starts Wednesday, November 6th.
Think carpooling will make your life easier?
Sound like a good deal, right? A deal with the devil.
Think again.
Sorry, fatty. Other side.
Let him in.
Next Wednesday.
The side's broken. Look.
Let him in now.
Driving carpool is driving Bernie crazy.
Sorry. I told you it's broke.
Shut up.
But can he save himself before it's too late?
You'll get one courtesy beat. After that, you got 15 seconds. Not 16, not 17.
Bernie Mac is back. All new at 8/7 Central next Wednesday on Fox.
The World Series on Fox, presented by MasterCard, is brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. If any home run hits that target, everyone in the country is entitled to a free taco on Monday, November 4th from 3 to 6 p.m. local time. Brought to you by Taco Bell and Pepsi. This Sunday, Emmitt Smith goes for the record against the Seattle Seahawks.
Before we got Emmitt, remember Moose?
I have my shot.
He was our main guy in that one game against Green Bay. We're going to feature Moose as our dot the I back. And we hammered you up there about 30 times.
Yeah.
You carried it 30 times, though?
Well, see, the reason you are here is because of me, because I did such a poor job as the feature back that they had to go out and get somebody the next year.
After that game, we said, we think Moose is a blocker, not a runner.
That's coming your way this Sunday on Fox. The Cowboys and the Seahawks. Francisco Rodriguez is coming at the Giants here in the bottom of the 7th inning, a 3-3 game. Rodriguez 5-0 this postseason, a 1.38 ERA, 19 strikeouts in 13 innings pitched. Kent, Bonds, Santiago, the 3 hitters in this tie game. Somebody dropped a hat or a glove out in left center field. Glove. Erstad retrieves it. Jeff Kent struck out with first and third, nobody out in the first. Lined out with runners at second and third, nobody out in the third, and hit a sac fly. Back in the 5th inning with the bases loaded to score 1 run. Runners advanced on a throwing error by Salmon. So 1 RBI tonight, 3 for the entire postseason to go with his 1 home run. Bottom of the 7th, strike 1 over the inside corner. Rodriguez restored order in game 2. Working 3 perfect innings, 4 strikeouts. Throwing 26 pitches, 22 of which were strikes, and getting the victory. And you just see by how far these good big league hitters miss this slider.
Jeff Kent misses that by about 8 inches. Rodriguez, a huge story in Venezuela, grabbing the headlines. His nickname, Agua Fria, translated cold-blooded. No nerves.
The 0-2 pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Became the youngest pitcher to win a World Series game when he got the victory in game 2. One out as Kent strikes out, becomes the 20th strikeout victim this postseason for Francisco Rodriguez.
You can tell somebody that pitch is coming and they're not going to hit it. devastating slider.
And now the shift is on, and Rodriguez, who pitched to Bonds in game 2 and got a sharply hit ground ball to first, will come after Bonds here with 1 out, nobody on in the 7th, in a tie game. Strike 1. One ball, 1 strike. Bonds has been intentionally walked 3 times in this game, 5 times in this World Series, which is a record. Slider just missed, and it's 2-1. Bonds with 7 home runs this postseason, 14 RBIs.
3rd slider in a row.
And it's 2-2.
That's the one thing you rarely see from Barry Bonds, a check swing. Another indication of how tough that tightly wrapped slider is from Rodriguez.
The 20-year-old against the 38-year-old. The rookie against the 17-year Major League veteran. Number 4 on the all-time home run list. To first. Again to Spezio. 2 out in the 7th.
5 sliders in a row. Now they're all called sliders, but they're different pitches in one pitch. That ball goes down. That ball goes way down. That ball backs up. That ball really went down. And that one hangs. You can call it one pitch a slider, but it does many, many different things.
And now with 2 out, nobody on, here's Santiago. Whose RBI hit in the 5th inning tied the game at 3. Ball 1. That came after missing 2 chances. Rounding into 2 different double plays in the 1st and the 3rd. It's 2-0 on Santiago.
Benito just took the ball out himself. I didn't like that ball.
Tim Worrell getting loose for the Giants in their bullpen. What will Santiago get on 2-0? Fastball and a foul ball, 2-1.
That was a fastball, but it moved away from Santiago. A little cut fastball off the end of the bat.
Benito 16 home runs during the regular season, 2 this postseason. Slider in for a strike. Santiago was bailing on strike 2.
Others would be bailing on this. Whoa.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on. The Angels in the top of the 8th will have Salmon, Anderson, and Gloss. They're 3, 4, 5 hitters. It's Francisco Rodriguez, Frankie, K-Rod, Paco tries to keep the tie. That pitch was hanging a little bit. Santiago fouled it back.
Yeah, it was, and it points up what happens when a pitcher gets below the slider. Rodriguez dropping his arm down, and it causes it just to spin. That might be the worst pitch. You can see how the hand actually dropped underneath that pitch. He got away with one there.
Shallow left field, and Garrett Anderson wants it and has it. And the Giants go in order in the 7th. We go to the 8th. Francisco Rodriguez, another scoreless inning tucked under his belt. Game 4 is tied 3-3.
You still here?
How's she doing?
I don't know how to say this, Mr. Foley. It's gonna cost you a fortune to put her through college. Look at it this way. She's premature. You've got a 6-week head start.
I gotta tell you, I've had some great deals come my way, but a big and tasty. For just $1, you did your thing, dog. Not that I'm calling you a dog. I mean, you're more like a big purple... I don't know what you are. What you say about my mama?
Huh? Get a delicious Big and Tasty, a McChicken sandwich, and more every day on McDonald's Dollar Menu.
You got a buck, you're in luck. Grimace, bump with me. What?
When I look at Steve and Jenny, I just think, wow, what did Jenny have that all the others didn't? Because Steve's had a lot of women all over the world. You know, Europe, Asia, Africa, you name it, Steve's been there. One word, buddy, Amsterdam. Huh? Yeah, this guy knows what I'm talking about. Well, what can I say? The guy's been around, you know, the block a couple hundred times.
Ford Explorer has been on top of the world for 11 years running. You don't get there by luck. You do it by constant innovation. Like the unbeatable combination of an expansive cargo area with the easiest folding third-row seat, a first in its class. It's just one more idea that takes us to a place no other SUV comes close to. Namely, first place. Ford Explorer, no boundaries.
Jack Bauer seems to live an ordinary life.
I love you so much, sweetheart.
But sometimes the men chosen to protect us
Mr. President, we are in the middle of a grave situation.
are the most dangerous ones of all.
Put it down!
This fall, an unimaginable threat.
This cannot leak out to the public.
An unstoppable man.
You want results, but you never want to get your hands dirty.
An unforgettable new season.
You need to get out of Los Angeles now.
Kiefer Sutherland, 24, the season premiere. Presented without commercial interruption by Ford. At 9/8 Central, Fox, Tuesday.
Tim Worrell is the third Giants pitcher of the night. Solid start by Rueter, 6 innings, 3 runs on 9 hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Felix Rodriguez a perfect inning with a strikeout. And now it's Worrell against the heart of the Angels lineup. Ball 1. It'll be Salmon, then Anderson, then Gloss. The numbers that Worrell has put up this postseason. A rough time out, his first effort in the division series in Atlanta. After that, Worrell has done the same type work he did down the stretch for Dusty Baker. A 1-0 pitch.
Worrell climbing the ladder to Salmon.
Salmon a hit tonight. He's also reached on an error. On the inside corner, strike 2.
Most batters that like the ball down, pitchers can get inside of them, on them, much better than high ball hitters. Guys who are low ball hitters have slower bats than high ball hitters.
A 1-2 pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Into center field. Lofton back to his left on the run. 1 out.
One of the reasons that the Giants got Kenny Lofton, obviously, for his offense, but defense also. The center fielder who started the season, Shinjo, got excellent jumps on balls. You need a center fielder with speed in this ballpark.
That reaction by Tim Worrell probably similar to the reaction by his older brother Todd, who's watching. Back at home, Tim was there when Todd was pitching for St. Louis in the World Series. At the games in the NLCS back in '85, and then watching on television when the Cardinals met the Royals that year in the World Series. Now the roles are reversed as Tim gets one past Garrett Anderson. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good fastball with late movement.
With 1 out, Anderson hits it to first. Snow will take it. 2 down. Troy Glass back in the 3rd inning, went deep for a 2-run shot. But Black, his pitching coach.
That was like your BP stroke, wasn't it? Yeah. And that was awesome. That's I hear you. That's a long ways you crushed.
Pitching coach for the Angels, Bud Black, telling Troy Glass that he crushed that pitch into center field, which he obviously did, and he's been crushing one pitch after another. 7 hits in 16 trips in this World Series with 3 home runs. Ball 1.
Troy, 6'6", 240. Really no part of the ballpark is too long for him to hit it out. As much power the other way as to left field.
One ball, 1 strike. 179 players hit fewer than 7 home runs across Major League Baseball this season. Bonds and Glass have each hit 7 in this postseason. That's foul. And it's 1-2 from Worrell to Troy Glass. The Giants in the bottom of this 8th will have Snow, Sanders, and Bell. Swing by Glass.
Boy, he just missed that. Not a bad pitch from Worrell. Outside lane. Whew.
As pretty a right-handed swing as there is in the game. Easy into left for Bonds. Still tied.
On November 1st, let the reindeer games begin. Tim Allen, the Santa Claus 2. Rated G.
Well, see you going again. What could you possibly want? I thought that we could be friends, but now I know it was a front. Yeah, I'm alright. This is the way that I was out. I'm trying to make it in this right, but I'm receiving no. First you say whoa, then you say yeah. Throw your hands in the air. First you say whoa.
Pepsi Blue, a fusion of berries with a splash of cola. Pepsi Blue. It's a blue thing.
Okay.
Small business software, $500.
It's coming up.
Small business seminar, $300. Small business supplies, $90. Leaving work early to use your reward points, priceless. Now small business owners can earn reward points to use more places than ever before. Call 866-444-BONUS for details. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
It's the fastest-selling DVD ever.
Watch out for this guy, Mike.
Don't worry about it. I know this guy played Little League with him. He's got strikeout written all over his knees.
The #1 DVD and video of the year is a guaranteed home run. Buy Disney and Pixar's Monsters, Inc. today.
The World Series on Fox, presented by MasterCard, is brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. By MasterCard, there are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. And by Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate. We at Fox Sports have partnered with the Saturn Lightship to bring you aerial coverage of the 2002 World Series. Up above and now down below. Strike one on the outside corner from Francisco Rodriguez to JT Snow. One and one. Rodriguez a perfect 7th inning against Kent, Bonds, and Santiago. Rob Nen getting loose in the Giants bullpen. Should know that the pitcher spot is due up 4th in this inning. That would be Tim Worrell. Snow lines one into right, and the leadoff man is on.
Dusty Baker has the option of pinch running for Snow, a slow runner. The Giants finally with a hit off Francisco Cabrera, or make that Francisco Rodriguez. He had retired 12 in a row at Rodriguez.
Now Reggie Sanders, one on, nobody out.
I think you have to bunt here. Play for 1 run.
That gets away from Molina. And Snow down to second with nobody out.
One of the side effects of squaring around is often you can block a catcher's view with the bat. It's going to be a pass ball. Snow going to second base easily. But it's very disconcerting to a catcher to see a bat flashing in front of his eyes when he's trying to catch a 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
So a pass ball. And now we'll see what the Giants do with Sanders with a runner at second and nobody out. You've got Sanders up, Bell on deck.
Scott Spezio at first base telling Troy Gloss, if the ball's bunted to me, I could be coming to you. Slow runner on at second.
Foul for strike one.
for a slow runner on at second base in a bunt situation because he has to cheat off a lot more than fast runners. With that in mind, if a hitter bunts through the ball, then a catcher could throw behind the runner.
No sacrifice bunts all year for Reggie Sanders. 3-3 game, bottom of the 8th. Runner at second, nobody out. 2 balls and a strike. In the air, foul ball, caught. What a play by Spezio. 1 out as Sanders could not get the bunt down.
Oh, remarkable play by Scott Spezio. We saw JT Snow make a great play in game 1, and now his counterpart, fully extended, makes the play, gets up hurriedly to hold Snow to second. Man.
So Sanders doesn't do his job. And the bench reminding Spezio to look at the runner, Snow. He's still at second, 1 out for David Bell. David Bell's dad, Buddy, in the stadium, sitting in the upper deck. Never got a chance to get to the World Series. David's grandfather, Gus, did with Cincinnati. 3-3 score, bottom of the 8th, and the go-ahead run at second with 1 out. Ground ball, base hit. Here comes Snow. The throw by Erstad. Giants lead. 4-3 in the 8th on a hit by David Bell.
JT Snow, a slow runner, as we said, thought the play was going to be closer at home. Erstad, a good throwing arm. Watch Snow on both knees. He thought there would be contact at the plate.
Now Ramon Martinez pinch hitting for Tim Worrell. Rob Nen getting loose in the bullpen for the Giants, San Francisco's closer. JT was ready to lower a shoulder, and Molina had to move away. Runner at first, 1 out. 4-3 San Francisco in the bottom of the 8th. Trying to even this World Series at 2 games apiece.
Molina thought he'd missed the plate. That's why he went back to tagging. But as you can see, he stepped squarely in the middle of home plate.
And now Bud Black is out to talk to the 20-year-old Francisco Rodriguez, who has taken on a dent here tonight in the 8th inning.
Scott Schoenweiss, the left-hander, and Bud Black trying to buy time for Schoenweiss to get ready. The pitch to Kenny Lofton, the on-deck hitter.
And now Shields, who hasn't appeared this entire postseason in a game, loosens up alongside Schoen Weiss. Game summary brought to you by John Hancock. We're in the bottom of the 8th. The Giants have their first lead of the night. Gloss, a 2-run home run. Bonds has been intentionally passed 3 times tonight. Santiago finally came through with an RBI hit back in the 5th inning. The 3-0, 3-1. The last point on that game summary was the hit by David Bell to break the tie and to break the Francisco Rodriguez spell. 1 on, 1 out, 3-1 to Ramon Martinez. Full count.
Dusty Baker with the decision right here whether to send Bell. I don't think you send him here. Chance of a strikeout's too great, and the chances of a ground ball is great. Or against a ground ball is great. I think you hold Bell here.
Runner going, swing and a miss. And the strike him out, throw him out, double play ends the inning. That will do it for the first 8. David Bell in the bottom of the 8th inning delivers the go-ahead RBI. Now it's Rob Nen's turn. We go to the 9th inning. Giants up by 1.
Turn green, 34 makes it long.
Michael, you stay and we go to Venice,
I can't. I have a dog.
Stop. Is he kidding? You know, I think his friend Steve back in the U.S. could help him out here. Go!
Hello? Steve. Yeah? It's about Max. Can you watch him an extra week?
Introducing World Class from T-Mobile. Now use your phone worldwide. Get more.
With great power comes great responsibility.
The #1 movie of the year is on a 2-disc special edition DVD on November 1st with Spider-rific extras. Spider-Man, also available in a limited edition gift set. Buy it Friday, November 1st on DVD and video.
All right. I take batting practice. I take infield practice. I take Viagra.
Ask your doctor if Viagra's right for you and visit Viagra.com for more information.
Step up to the plate and make an appointment to see your doctor.
The climb to the top is never easy. To make it, you need the biggest ATV Honda has ever built. 650 cc's. Fully independent rear suspension. Sport-tuned automatic. The Rincon from Honda. To get here, you've got to be the best on earth.
Get ready for the freakiest Simpsons Halloween special ever, where the family discovers the horrors of cloning.
They look like you, and the horde has been described as very gassy.
Yeah, it's a good group. All new at 8/7 Central, Sunday, November 3rd on Fox.
Game 4 moves into the 9th inning. Joe Buck and Tim McCarver with you, and it's been one hard throwing reliever after another, and that won't change now with Rob Nen coming in to try and save it.
Nen trying to save it for the Giants, and the Giants have exactly what they want. Nen in the game with a 1-run lead.
They did it against Francisco Rodriguez on a hit by David Bell. And the numbers for Nen this postseason. He's been bothered by a little shoulder stiffness. He's had a tough time getting loose. He had plenty of time to get loose, and he's in to try and save it for Worrell and the Giants. 4-3 in the 9th inning. Spezio first up. Strike one. Nen has been busy in this postseason. You saw the numbers. 6 saves and 6 chances.
Coincidentally, Nen's strength is Spezio's strength. Nen to be effective, the slider down and in. And that's where Spezio likes it.
Strike 2.
Backdoored him.
Kennedy in the on-deck circle. Left side, David Bell. 1 out.
Another slider away.
Here's Adam Kennedy batting for Benji Gill. A couple of good bats left even after Kennedy on the bench for Mike Social. One of them, Fulmer, coming into the on-deck circle. Kennedy into right field. The tying run is on. Adam Kennedy hops on the first pitch from Nen and lines a single into right to bring Brad Fulmer to the plate. Tomorrow night, Game 5 of this World Series. Will the series be even at 2 games apiece? Or will it be 3-1 Anaheim, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on Fox?
Yeah, Rob Nen wanted to slip ahead of Adam Kennedy with a fastball, and Kennedy, one of the freer swingers on either club. He is not up there to take with another hit.
Now it's Brad Fulmer with a tying run at first and 1 out here in the 9th inning. Fulmer pinch hitting for Molina.
And you have to hold Kennedy on. He's too fast. Big hole on the right side.
That is slashed foul. Strike 1. Percival and Donnelly each getting loose. Wooten in the on-deck circle. Strike 2.
Slider. Over it is Fulmer.
Ground ball might end it. Series is even 2-2. The San Francisco Giants with a 4-3 win here in Game 4. Our all-state good hands defensive play of the game is the double play. Into the glove of Aurelia, out of his right hand and into the glove of JT Snow to even the series at 2-2. Let's go down on the field to Steve Lyons with one of the heroes of the night.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. David Bell with 2 hits tonight. The big one in the 8th off of Frankie Rodriguez. Tell me what you were looking for in that situation.
Just trying to get a pitch over the plate that I could, hit hard. He has great stuff, and he's been doing a great job for him, so just trying to hit the ball hard.
What kind of emotional lift does that give you guys to know that you can get to their bullpen now, especially Rodriguez?
You're right. They've had a lot of success down there, and it means a lot to win this game. So we're back. We evened it up, and we got to just keep playing.
Tell me about the job that Kirk Rueter did for you guys. Finesse pitchers in this postseason have had a tough time because it's harder to expand the zone. What about the job he did?
He did a great job. He kept us in it. They scored a few early, and he's tough. He just kept us right there, and our bullpen did a great job.
Now you tied it up. You got to feel real good about Schmidt going tomorrow night.
Yeah, we have a lot of confidence in him, and this is what it's all about.
Did a great job. Congratulations. Nice game. All right, Joe, let's go back to you.
All right, Steve, we said early that David Bell won the Willie Mack Award this year from his teammates on the Giants as the most inspiring player to his teammates. He inspires this city with a go-ahead base hit in the bottom of the 8th. We'll come back and wrap up tonight's Game 4 after this.
Fox Tuesday. That 70 show returns with an all-new hour of big surprises.
I'm pregnant.
Kitty drops a bombshell.
God, no. Great.
And when Kelso discovers Hyde and Jackie's secret love,
he's dead.
Lifelong friendships will be tested.
What is wrong with this thing?
A full hour of that 70 show.
Now, Hyde's really dead.
All new at 8/7 Central, Fox Tuesday.
Sunday, November 3rd. Get ready for the freakiest Simpsons Halloween special ever.
Ooh, you're actually quite gentle when you want to be.
You're not helping.
Where a mad scientist fuses man with beast.
All you can do is eat and sleep and mate and roll around in your filth. Where do I sign up?
It's technology gone terribly wrong.
How do you like being a walrus, Dad?
I haven't been this skinny since high school.
The all-new Simpsons Treehouse of Horror at 8/7 Central. Followed by the King of the Hill season premiere Sunday, November 3rd on Fox.
The work week is tough enough. On Sunday nights, who needs the drama? November 3rd on the season premiere of Malcolm. What's the most important rule when visiting the zoo?
Oh my God!
Never feed the animals.
Going to fire tranquilizer darts at the tigers.
So the plan is to piss them off and keep them awake just long enough so they can take it out on us?
Hold on a second.
The Malcolm premiere, a full hour at its new time, 9/8 Central, Sunday, November 3rd on Fox.
This is John Beard. Tonight at 10, police have found a letter at the scene of yesterday's sniper attack. What did the sniper say this time? Then, you don't need a license to kill to drive this car. We'll take you to this 007 auto show tonight on the Fox 11, 10 o'clock news.
I quit my job today.
I met this really cool guy on the internet. He's 30.
Life throws all kinds of curves. Fortunately, with its advanced safety systems, the smooth-riding RX is designed to better handle the ones on the road.
Hey, Mom, you know that tattoo we talked about?
How you manage the rest is up to you. All for just $35,700. Test drive one at your Southern California Lexus dealer.
The World Series on Fox is presented by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. The final score here tonight, 4-3 San Francisco. Worrell the winner, Francisco Rodriguez the loser. First time he suffered a loss, and Rob Nen gets his 7th save of this postseason. World Series tied at 2 games apiece. Standing by down on the field, Jeannie Zelasco and Kevin Kennedy.
Yes, Joe, and this just in, Francisco Rodriguez is human. He's now given up 6 hits, and as Joe mentioned, suffers his first loss of the postseason.
Wasn't quite as sharp, but he is human, Jeannie, no question about it. The slider's still sharp at 84, 85, but Snow did get the hit, the first one he's given up in the World Series, and they got a few breaks. Molina, the pass ball, a great defensive catcher, that worked out. Sanders had the bunt, and then the base hit by David Bell, some clutch hitting.
And when Kevin Kennedy speaks, the baseball world listens. You've been hammering away for what seems like weeks now in this postseason. Do not give this Angels team a steady diet of fastballs. Finally tonight they make some adjustments.
Especially Jeannie in hitters counts. That's a 2-0 count like Troy Gloss's home run. Why are we throwing fastballs 2-0? Yeah, I know you're trying to go away, but this guy can hit it on any part of the ballpark, and that's exactly why Troy Gloss now has 7 home runs in the postseason. I thought Kirk Rueter and the rest of the Giants staff did a great job adjusting after that. More breaking balls, more off speed. He mixed in some breaking balls behind the count. That's what you have to do. Now tomorrow night, Schmidt, he's a power guy. So that's a little bit different with him because, as I said in the pregame, you throw 95 to 97. Yeah, you can go up in the zone with that 97 fastball. And that's what we're going to see tomorrow night.
One power guy, by the way, grounded tonight. I don't know if I can go on. No Barry Bonds home run this evening.
You know, when you walk this guy, it's incredible to be walked intentionally with runners at first and third, first and second, whatever the case may be. We're never going to see that again, I believe, in our lifetimes. We're seeing Babe Ruth reincarnated. I talked about it last night. Mike Scioscia paying the ultimate respect to this man. He gets one swing of the bat. It was Rodriguez, and he made an out.
You know what this means? We are all tied up with just one place to go. Game 5 on Fox tomorrow night, Joe.
Jeannie and Kevin, thank you very much. Except for those of you on the West Coast, we ask you to stay tuned for your late local news. For those viewers in the Los Angeles area interested in continuing coverage, turn to your local regional Fox Sports Net affiliate. Well, what happened here tonight? The Anaheim Angels got off to their fast start, but the San Francisco pitching finally slowed down that offense. And then the San Francisco offense finally cracked Francisco Rodriguez with a run in the bottom of the 8th inning to even this World Series at 2 games aside. The coordinating producer of Major League Baseball on Fox and the producer of tonight's game is Michael Weissman. Our director is Bill Webb. The pregame show was produced by Carol Langley McDermott and directed by Jennifer Love. The tape producer, Aaron Stoikov. Our associate director, Larry Lancaster. The broadcast associates are Eric Billigmeyer and Kevin Dresser. Thanks also to Matt Benedict, Craig Marlowe, and the Fox technical staff. As always, our editorial consultant here in the booth is Steve Horn. The coordinating producer of the pregame show, Scott Ackerson, and the opening was produced by Gary Lang. The senior producer of Fox Sports is Bill Brown, and the executive producers of Fox Sports are Ed Gorin and David Hill. For more information on tonight's game and for the latest information on Major League Baseball, go to foxsports.com. I need to take a breath, people. We got Game 5 tomorrow night. You've been watching Major League Baseball on Fox. You're home for the 2002 World Series. Good night.
Tonight, 7 hits in the first 3 innings, but you look after that, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, just 3 guys came to bat. They did get 3 hits, but all those runners were erased by double plays. Anything that you saw in the Angels' approach that changed, or just good Giants pitching?
Absolutely great pitching by the Giant middle relief. They did what they had to do. They had to shut down the highly flammable offense. They did that. Felix Rodriguez was very good. He was effective. And then Tim Worrell came in. Timmy did the job too. So they shut down the guys they had to, and they made the plays behind him.
I want to talk a little bit about Francisco Rodriguez. He has been great this postseason. In fact, retired the first 12 Giants hitters that he saw in this series. Seemed like he got a little away from his bread and butter tonight. His fastball just wasn't there. He was effective with the slider in the 8th, but he kept on going to it. He was effective in the 7th, kept going to the slider in the 8th. Looks like the Giants hitters were ready for it.
They got him a little bit when Min got on. It looked like it rattled him, but really, give credit to the Giants. Nothing against Frankie Rodriguez. This kid's been unhittable. He's only human. He's going to leave a few balls out over the plate. They're going to whack it. JT Snow started that inning. That was huge. And then Rich Aurelia dropped that nice, beautiful single up there. It's all been good, well execution by the Giants. They did what they had to do today. They had to win or it was over.
Yeah, one more comment, though, on Francisco Rodriguez. It looks like from the stretch, he's a very different pitcher. A lot of power pitchers are that way, especially early in their career. Do you see it that way, a lack of confidence, or just he has something to learn?
Well, you know, whenever a runner gets on, especially with any kind of speed, it always detracts the attention away from the pitcher. Frankie's young, he's 20 years old. Still, nothing really seems to faze him, although he left a couple balls out over the plate. Hey, and it was Benito who got the big hit tonight. And I was happy for Benito grounding into 2 double plays earlier. But nice strategy by Scioscia, walking Bonds twice, got double plays out of it. That's good managing.
All right, well, the series now tied at 2 apiece. It's a best of 3 now with 2 of those 3 back in Anaheim. For Rex Hudler, I'm Barry LeBrock. Let's now throw it down to the podium. Mike Scioscia talking to the media.
Then it was teetering back, and I haven't had a chance to see a replay. Troy thought it was either just off the line or just on the edge of the line when he picked it up, but it was, you know, it was close.
Who else? Way in the back there. Keep your hand up so you can see who he's. Okay.
What about the performance of their three relievers? Once again, they came in and completely shut you down.
They did a super job. You know, starting with Kirk Rueter, I thought he, you know, he did a good job keeping us off balance. You know, Troy gave us a big lift with a home run, so we had a, you know, 3-0 lead, but he still kept pitching. And then, you know, Felix, you know, he made some terrific pitches to Orlando Palmeiro leading off that 7th inning. And then, you know, Timmy Worrell and, you know, Nen shut it down. Those guys, they did a good job tonight for him.
Back there.
Talk about the difference between being up 3-1 or now that the series is tied 2-2, the mindset of the team or the club.
Our mindset's the same. You know, we've talked about it all week. You need 4 wins to wrap this series up. And we're not looking up 2-1 down or up 3-1, 2-2 or down 3-1, whatever it would be. We're looking at that game tomorrow, and that's it. And we'll let you guys add them up. You know, our club will bounce back and play a good game no matter if we had won this game or, you know, as it turned out, we had lost it. But it doesn't affect what we'll do tomorrow.
Bruce.
Mike, we talk about the 5th inning and the fate of, you know, first of all, kind of him keeping Rueter in there to even hit, and then the fate of the 2, you know, 65-foot hits that got you guys tied up.
Well, that's baseball. You know, Rueter put the ball in play. We didn't make the play, you know, on the little chopper. Lofton puts down a perfect bunt. You know, that's baseball. Those guys got a rally started, and they you know, they capitalized on it. There's nothing, you know, there's nothing cheap about it. That's the game. They got things going, and they got some key hits with guys in scoring position in that inning, and came back and tied the game up.
John.
We're back in the studio down here at Staples with Eric Karros. I'm Van Earlwright and Carolyn Hughes as our post-game coverage continues of the Game 4 Giant victory, 4-3. David Bell, the game-winning RBI, and we wanted to ask you about John Lackey. He looked pretty good because he was getting out of those bases-loaded jams early in the game.
Well, again, just another young pitcher for the Angels that avoids the big inning early on, and he had a couple opportunities where he could have just blown up for him. First inning, he's got the bases loaded, gets Benito Santiago to ground into a double play. Again, avoiding the big inning. Third inning, got a similar situation, got some guys on. Jeff Kent lines one right back at him. Then again, Santiago with the bases loaded, gets out of it another time. That's very rare. First 3 innings, get out of 2 bases loaded situations. I mean, it looks good for the Angels right there. Lackey escapes 2 big innings.
He threw a lot of pitches early. There had been some speculation that maybe he wouldn't be as sharp going into this game, Eric, because he came in relief on Sunday. Do you think that played a role at all?
No, that's just speculation. I mean, I think he only threw about 30-some-odd pitches. Guys have to get their work in between starts. So for people to say, hey, well, he threw the other game and that had an impact today, absolutely not. No question about that having no impact.
Frankie Rodriguez, I think, is the biggest surprise and maybe biggest story of this game because he had been so dominant, yet he looked mortal, as I pointed out earlier.
Well, again, you keep throwing a guy out there at time. This is the big leagues. The guys are going to get hit. And he made one bad pitch, and he just left it out over the plate. David Bell is an excellent hitter, but to say, well, now he's mortal and now maybe that's the end of his run or something like that, and I know we're not saying that, but again, you keep running him out there, you keep throwing something against the wall, it's going to stick, right?
Odds are going to catch up.
You keep running him out there, he's going to give up.
He got Barry Bonds out, right?
There you go.
He got Barry Bonds to ground out. Everybody else was walking him, so you got to give him some credit.
Odds are going to balance.
Let's go back out to Barry LeBrock and Rex Hudler, who are out at Pac Bell up in San Francisco, and we're there for the game, guys.
All right, guys, talk about John Lackey a little bit. Rex Hudler, 24 years old. In fact, tonight was his birthday. Did pretty well for a kid, a rookie in a tough situation. Not only is pitching, pretty impressive at the plate, too, one time.
He was outstanding, Barry. And to watch his first at-bat as a major leaguer in a World Series game was fantastic.
Couldn't get 2 bunts down.
No, he couldn't get them, but still, it was tough. He butcher boyed and swung it through a couple, fouled him off, and then laser lined a shot to right for his first big league knock. That was beautiful. I liked it, got the Angels going, kept them going, and really, that was a big moment in the game.
You know, a little softer single there, and they scored 2 runs on that instead of 1 run on that. You know, you talk about the Angels always going first to third. There was a moment in the game when Bonds was on first, and there was a base hit by Santiago. Bonds could have taken third. Instead, he ends up on second. Next batter comes up, lines one to right field, and Bonds, if he had been on third, he tags and scored. Just a little bit about the different approaches between the Angels and the Giants, especially like how they run the bases and play small ball.
Well,
like that.
outfield arms are crucial when it comes to running bases. The third base coaches from each team know. Sonny Jackson, Ron Renicky, both guys know the strengths of the arms. We saw Garrett Anderson make a great play down the line and threw out David Bell trying to get that extra base. But when Bonds was on, you got good arms out there. Salmon, you got Anderson and Erstad, who all had many assists this year, so they're kind of taking it easy. They don't want to make it an extra a blunder on the bases, and so really they played conservatively. It's cool out here, don't want to blow any muscles, so I think the outfield arms have a lot to do with that.
Yeah, and on that topic, you know, the Angels defense, when you look at it, the outfielders in left and right kind of cheat towards the line. Obviously, that's a tribute to the speed of Darren Erstad in center, but it really paid off tonight. Garrett Erstad ran and dig one out of the corner and throws the guy out at second base. A little bit about Erstad's speed in center and what he allows the outfield to do as a whole.
He's the human dart.
Yeah.
He's the quarterback out there. He calls everyone off usually, and Garrett, whenever a ball's hit to him and left, he's always makes sure he says, wait, I got that one. Because Erstad, he just wants to win no matter what it takes. He's hard charging, fired up. He hits the cutoff man. He's a very fundamental player. And with that extra added intensity, he's very difficult out there, makes the plays. He's not afraid, gives up his body. Erstad is the quarterback in that outfield, and one of the reasons the Angels are right here on top. 2-2 World Series. Barry, call the cops. We got us a series. It's beautiful.
Well, just like game one, tonight's final 4-3, another very close, very well-played baseball game. We'll look ahead to game 5 a little bit later in the hour. For now, though, Rex Hudler, Barry LeBrock sending it back to Los Angeles.
Woo, where are the sirens?
If there's anybody who can put a positive spin on an Angel loss, it's the Hud Dog. Call the cops, upstream, whatever he's got. Darren Erstad, though, is a good point. The bounces did not exactly go the Angels' way tonight. They've been playing so well, been hitting the fool out of the baseball. This is one night where the bounces didn't really go their way.
Well, things have gone their way most of the postseason. That one inning, obviously, Kirk Rueter hits that ball right back to the pitcher. He looks like an easy out, has a little funny spin on it. Lackey just doesn't get to it, throws off bounce. Rueter's hustling down. You got to give Rueter credit. Then this is the big play here. The Lofton drops down a bunt. It's foul. Grab it. He doesn't get it. Sets up the whole inning. This is just something where on a bunt situation, the ball gets away from Molina. That's just like making an error on the field. But those two plays in the 5th inning obviously were huge for the Giants, and even they were tough for the Angels.
But Darren Erstad, that ball hitting off the heel, looked like Garrett Anderson definitely could have made that catch. And then, as Hud pointed out earlier, Timmy Salmon not playing that fly ball probably like he should have, because to give himself a running start and make a better throw to the plate.
Everything has gone well for the Angels. Maybe now the Giants are going to have a little bit of a run.
All right, Dusty Baker is now taking the podium down in the press room at Pac Bell, and we're going to go hear some of his comments.
6 innings.
Well, you know, in the beginning, you know, they got some hits off of him and didn't look too good, but we know if Kirk got through that little period there that his sinker is going to start sinking better, and threw up a couple key double plays. And, you know, what can I say about Kurt other than, you know, we love having him on the mound. You know, he keeps our defense sharp. He throws strikes, helps himself in the field always, and he helped himself at the plate, started that big rally with that infield hit. So Kurt did a, you know, outstanding job. He gave us what we needed, preserved our bullpen, and we really needed that tonight.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, Dusty, you know, Walken Berry seems to get a little bit more and more every game, and Benito is in that pressure-packed situation. Would you consider giving him a blow by any chance? And
who?
Benito behind Berry, mixing up the lineup a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's been working pretty good so far. You know, whoever you're going to put back there, it's going to be the same situation. And Benito's come through big time in the second half. That's why he remains there. And I don't know if you guys can come up with any better lineup. Please tell me.
Hey, Dusty, can you discuss what factors you had to weigh in the 5th inning when you let Kirk hit for himself? And did you have any flashbacks to 2000 when you let Mark Gardner hit for himself in the 5th inning? And
no, I usually don't have flashbacks. Number one, and number two, I let Kurt hit for himself because I know Kurt can hit. And number three, you know, my bullpen was spent. And, you know, I really, I don't know, I just decided to let Kirk hit because there's nobody out. Even if he makes an out, I got Kenny Lofton up next. And I really need another inning out of Kirk big time, you know, so we could get to Felix and Worrell and then, and things just worked out.
Did it feel when these guys went out ahead of you that maybe it was happening all over again? They would jump off to a big lead and you would be in a hole all over again like that?
It was starting that way, but the thing about it is I know Kurt has the ability to throw ground balls, throw double plays, and you know, number one, you can't start thinking, here we go again, because it's going to happen again. And so you got to start thinking, hey man, this is the end of it. I said, Kurt, that's all they're going to get, and that's all they got. And so, yeah, you're concerned, but you got to remain positive and think positive that that's all.
Tony.
Dusty, jumping ahead just a little bit, if there's a Game 7, do you give any thought to bringing Kirk back, or are you set on Levon?
No, I'm not set on anything. We'll just see when we get there. You know, I mean, we got Game 5 and 6 before I get to Game 7, so we got to win Game 5 before you can get to Game 7. So, I don't know, man. We'll see when we get there.
Okay, we also have Rich Aurelia and Kirk Rueter, so just let me know to whom you want to address your questions. Tim?
Dusty, you had a swinging bunt and a pass ball that all led to runs in this game. Sometimes you have to have little things like that happen to win games.
Yeah, you definitely have to have those things happen because it's been happening to us. You know, jam shots and just, you know, little freaky plays. And, yeah, you need those things. I mean, that's part of baseball. And, you know, when those things start happening, then the crowd gets into it. You start thinking good fortune, and usually good fortune follows. And, you know, we hit some balls hard earlier in the night that, you know, we didn't get anything to show for it. So, I mean, like they say, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
All right, the Giants supporting cast got it done tonight. The Giants had 10 hits on the night, and Eric, Lofton was 3 for 4, also Rulia 3 for 4, Bell was 2 for 4, and Bonds walked intentionally 3 times and grounded out the other time. So the batters around him really got it done tonight.
Well, they did, and that's something that, in order for the Giants to win, other guys are going to have to contribute. Mike Scioscia has made a statement by walking Barry Bonds intentionally almost every at-bat. Barry Bonds is not going to beat the Angels. Other guys are going to have to step in. Tonight, Santiago, although he struggled the first 2 at-bats, he gets the key hit later on. David Bell has been clutch for him all year, hitting in that 8-hole. And Kenny Lofton, Rich Aurelia, those guys have been setting the table for the middle of the lineup. If Jeff Kent gets going, then
scary.
this series, yeah, then it's going to be all over. But, you know, he hasn't even done anything this series, and we're tied at 2.
And I thought that he was definitely going to be the key. If he could start hitting, which he had not been doing this postseason, no home runs this postseason until this World Series, it was really going to be scary
well, again,
for the Angels.
With Kent, you're keeping him down now, but you can't expect to keep him down. He's too good a player.
Can't keep Troy Gloss down. He also moved into a tie with Barry Bonds for most home runs this postseason with his 7th tonight. That's definitely one of the bright spots for the Angels as Troy Gloss connected and showed that he is still red hot in the power department.
Troy Gloss has been doing it all year long for the Angels, but this postseason, he's taken it to another level. This pitch is a 2-0 pitch. He's sitting on a fastball. Kirk Rueter throws it, and he does what he needs to do with it. Gives the Angels a 3-0 lead. Troy Gloss, 7 home runs already in the postseason, tied with Barry Bonds, and we've still got a few more games to go, and I expect him to keep swinging the bat well.
And
go ahead.
You said the offense of the Angels doesn't surprise you. That you said they were one of the best offenses you faced as a Dodger all year, but that the starting pitching was where you thought this team would falter and not be able to make it as far into the postseason even as they have, Eric.
Well, I think when you're matching up against other ball clubs, whether it was the Yankees, the Twins, or even now against the Giants, the Achilles heel for the Angels is going to be the starting rotation. And that's not to take away what those guys have done, but Jared Washburn, he's been solid all year long. Apier has been struggled a little bit in the postseason. Ortiz, you don't know what you're going to get. A young pitcher. Lackey, again, you don't know, a young pitcher. That's where you have to get the Angels. You have to get them early in the ballgame because especially with Rodriguez pitching the way he has been, the bullpen, I mean, you get into that 6th, 7th, 8th inning, the game is probably going to be a tough one to win. The starting pitching is what you have to get at with the Angels.
You said earlier, though, that you thought this was the Angels' best opportunity to get Kirk Rueter because he's not overpowering. And are you surprised, after becoming the first team in World Series history to bat around in consecutive innings in Game 3 last night, that the Angel offense was not able to keep it going quite as much tonight?
Well, again, it's not so much that they didn't keep it going as they put the ball in play. You know, Rueter didn't walk anybody, but he had 1 strikeout. So the Angels did hit the ball. They just weren't finding any holes. And the last few nights, they've been hitting the ball. They've been, I'm not going to say lucky, but everything has been falling in for them. Tonight didn't happen. They get off to the 3-0 lead. You maybe get a little bit comfortable. And then, you know, hey, we're sitting on a 3-0 lead. It looks good for us. We're going to go up 3-1. But Rueter's the type of guy, the longer he stays in the game, the more difficult he becomes to hit. And he will not give in. 3 runs, that's a great outing for Kirk Rueter, and he had to throw a game like this.
And give credit where credit is due. Speaking of Kirk Rueter, he is at the podium right now with David Bell, Impact Bell, so we'll go ahead and go there now.
We were able to play well enough to get here, and, you know, I think it's important. I know it's important, so it's great having them here, and you know, I'm glad they got to see a win tonight.
Kirk, your spot led off the 5th inning. Were you surprised at all that Dusty let you hit for yourself? And what does that say about his faith in you as a manager?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised. I mean, I got, you know, the 4th and the 5th inning, I felt I was kind of getting more in a rhythm and getting ground balls, and that's the way I pitch. And so when I got out of that 5th, I thought he'd probably let me lead off, and, you know, he's done that a lot over the years. I've been here for 6 years, and he always shows a lot of faith that you can go out, and he wants his pitchers to be a part of the game. And you know, I just happened to get lucky tonight and hit that little chopper in front of the plate. But you know, he's shown a lot of faith in every year that I've been here.
David, could you talk about the pitch that you hit in the 8th inning, and is Francisco Rodriguez are you getting more used to seeing what he does, and is it getting a little easier to hit him?
It was a fastball. You know, I was just trying to get a pitch I could handle and hit it hard. And you know, I don't know. He's had a lot of success so far, and he's done a great job for these guys. So you know, to get a win tonight was big, and you know, I think to get a run off him is important too.
Tim?
Kirk, you got down the line really well twice tonight. Do you consider yourself a fast runner?
I don't know. Dusty puts me in the pinch run over the course of the year. I'll usually get in 3 or 4 times to pinch run, and so I think they think that I'm fast, but I don't know. Any ball I hit, I just try and leg it out, and you know, I think I surprised the first time. I didn't think I was going to get that close to beating it out, and then the second time they said the ball took a funny spin and kind of went back, so I was able to get down to first.
Kirk, how do you feel about?
Is he fast or slow?
He's fast enough.
That's right.
Fast
Tonight
enough.
he definitely is. Back to Pac Bell with more from Barry and the Hud Dog.
All right, thanks, guys. We're going to look ahead to tomorrow night, the matchup. Same as in Game 1, Jared Washburn against Jason Schmidt. Schmidt has been outstanding this postseason. Washburn's kind of been on and off. Even when he's off, he's been pretty good. Didn't seem to have his best stuff last time out.
It's because of that good mound presence he has. He's not afraid. He goes after hitters. He's a fly ball pitcher. When he's not on his game, he's still going with that fastball and challenging hitters. But he must mix them up more. In Game 1, threw way too many fastballs. They got the back under the side of that ball and sent it out. Schmidt, outstanding job. His job is to hold that highly flammable offense down through the first 5 innings. That's just what he did in Game 1. Don't change a thing out here. Angels got to be a little more aggressive. That good, hard 97, 98 mile-an-hour fastball Schmidt's bringing, they got to jump on that. Get some backside, move the runners a little bit, get back into their game plan. If they do that, they might be heading home with 3 wins.
Up 3-2, it would be if they win tomorrow night. Now, through your career, suppose you played 2 days in a row, first of all. Let's just get that out there.
That was rare.
Then you face a pitcher like Rueter, who's throwing a lot of junk up there, coming in about 87. Next day, you face a guy like Jason Schmidt, bringing it at 97. Big difference, tough adjustment?
Not at all. If it's during the middle of the game, it is. You got a flamethrower, then you bring a soft tosser in. That'll mess up the timing, but the next day, you throw everything out. It starts a whole new game, a whole new puzzle. Mike Scioscia's focus with his team at 1 day at a time, that focus has been wonderful for him. They wash down the good and the bad. They'll be ready tomorrow. It doesn't matter who's pitching. The Angels will be tough, and they know it.
Take a look at the Angels pitching staff. It's been a while since we've seen Troy Percival pitched in Game 2, of course, closed that one out. Now tomorrow, say they're up 3-2, 4-3. either 1 run or 2 runs going into the 8th inning. Do we see Troy for 6 outs?
Could see it for 6. He's only a 30-pitch pitcher. That's it. You can't get much more out of him. You can't bring him in to start the 8th and the 9th both. Frankie will still be good. You might not use Frankie as much, but the fact that Percy's fresh, that means that he can go at least maybe 1 out in the 8th and then the rest of the 9th. But still, Percy is strong, healthy, and ready to go. He throws on the side. Timing won't be a problem for him.
Yeah, Percy did not go last night or tonight. Rob Nett, of course, the Giants closer, did close it out tonight with the 1-2-3 9th inning. Of course, one of those a double play ball to end the game. That'll do it for now. A further look ahead, more detailed coming up in the 10 o'clock half hour, the Southern California Sports Report. For now, though, from San Francisco, we throw it back to Southern California.
Up, Barry, and more of a look ahead to tomorrow right now. This is a matchup, Schmidt and Washburn, that you think really does favor the Giants.
Well, I like Jason Schmidt. Seeing him in the National League this year and the way he's developed over the past few years. Guy brings a 96, 97 mile an hour fastball coupled with maybe a 90 mile an hour slider. He's throwing an off-speed pitch as well, a little forkball. He held the Angels at bay really in that first game. Outside of Troy Glaus hitting 2 home runs, that's 1 run, and to hold the offense the Angels have to 1 run, that's saying something. Schmidt's going to be dominant tomorrow, and I like the Giants.
Jared Washburn, you think is faltering and running out of gas a little bit? Do you think that?
Well, I'm not saying that Jared Washburn is faltering. I just think that Jason Schmidt has a better chance tomorrow. Washburn's a guy that's going to go at you with fastballs. The Giants are a fastball hitting team. He doesn't really have a true off-speed pitch, not a changeup that's a big difference from his fastball. He throws his slider. He threw his slider and his fastball a lot. And unless he comes up with some pitch that's 10, 15 mile an hour difference from his fastball, I think the Giants are going to swing the bats well tomorrow.
I tell you what, Schmidt had a terrific outing against the Cardinals. He was dominating in that one performance there in the LCS.
Yeah, Eric, we wanted to talk a little with you about the mindset of this team. We were almost teasing that question comes up to Mike Scioscia and these Angels all the time on whether or not they can keep their focus. And it seems like this team is able to do that and stay relaxed regardless of what the score is on the board or what the score is in the series.
Well, when you say the word relaxed, it's funny. I had a chance to talk to Big Mac today, Mark McGuire. He was in the Angels dugout right before the game speaking to Troy Glaus, Scott Spezio, and he was amazed at how relaxed they were. And this is a guy that's been in the World Series, played in championship games, and he said that he could not believe that they were just real calm, ready to go out and play, and that's what happened tonight.
All right. He's Eric Harris. He's been here all week long to give us his analysis of this World Series. She's Carolyn Hughes, and I'm Van Earl Wright. And be sure to join us at 10 o'clock now for a full Southern California Sports Report and more coverage of this Game 4 of the World Series.
Good night.